Biggity bam!
Biggity bam, pew pew.
Pew pew! We're here, we're back. It's the Oblivion show. Oh, I'm Joey T, and this is
Mr. Motherfucking Dolphin.
Mr. Not jet lagged, not jet lagged, but very high on sugar, Dolphin.
Yeah, eating all the angles of drop.
What's good, man?
You know, it's been busy actually. Been busy. A few good gigs. Been over in Bristol. Was in Paradigm over in Groningen. Last week. That was a great gig. Really, really cool. Really nice. Finished from Prospect EP. That's scheduled for release later in the year. That's done, signed off. Next Prospect thing, and then I've got something else coming out. A couple of other things that I'll tell you more about over the next couple of months. But a few other things coming out as well. So, and a very cool collab just started with someone. So that I'll tell you more about as that progresses as well. But it's all good. How's you, man?
I've been sick.
We've all been sick. I've had a cold. Still got a bit of cold, but tell me about your sick.
Well, I caught this flu that just didn't stop changing and evolving for like 3 weeks, and I'm just about over it now. So that's been fun. But
it's been around, hasn't it? I know Gareth's been really ill and stuff like that. And it's Gareth's birthday, by the way. So happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Gareth!
Shout out to Gareth, Mr. Prospect.
Yeah.
But you're feeling better now?
Feeling better now. I got to the gym today, so that's good. I've been working on some music and some other bits and bobs, and things. Some releases coming up from my side, which is quite interesting and exciting at the same time. So yes, it's been cool. It's been a month. It
has been a month. Yeah. It's been another month. Yeah, I should be able to stay awake this time, especially with all the sugar.
Mate, you was ruined last show.
That jet lag was a killer, absolute killer. I was just like, by 9 o'clock, it felt like 6 o'clock in the morning. And then it was like, just every minute after 9 o'clock was just torture trying to stay awake.
Yeah, there was a point in the show where I was talking to Yapo, and you just like that. Let's play some music, like really abrupt.
Dude, I thought my brain was shutting down. I was like, I was just like, oh my god, I need some stimulation. Just something.
I messaged you on WhatsApp like, what the fuck was that, bro? Where did that come from? You're like, I was gonna fall asleep. I needed the fucking coffee.
Honestly, I loved hearing Yapo's stories, but just like the long stretches of talking was just they were sending me under. I was doomed.
Yeah. Oh well, we're here now, and we're back to full power. Pow, pow, pow.
Yep.
Enough about me and you and I, brother. Should we bring on our guest, because we've got a very lovely guest today?
The honourable, the venerable.
Boo, Julian RABBeAT. How's it going, bro?
Hey guys.
Hello,
I'm doing
welcome.
Welcome
Wonderful.
to the show. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you to have me, guys. It's like, I'm on Radio 1. It's really...
Look, hey, Mom, I made it.
I'm on the radio.
Nice to see you. What have you been up to recently, bro?
This week, recently I've been preparing an F2F. I don't know if you face-to-face with Starving Insect tomorrow, and
where's where you playing?
In Vilnius, in Lithuania, Latvia. I don't know what.
Wow. Okay, that sounds really cool.
So it's pretty new thing. So
I'm hearing more and more people doing sort of stuff, and really interesting.
And otherwise I was preparing my album and some unreleased track because I have a huge gap actually until my album, so I have to fill the gap. And mostly production.
Awesome. Nice. Somebody in the chat saying, why haven't we got jingles for the show so I can do the air horn? Well, we do actually have them. I just have too many buttons to press and I forget to press them all. I've got loads of things, but I've only got 2 fucking hands and 2 eyes. So, there you go. Anyway, there's your jingle. some shouts to people in the chat because the chat is absolutely kicking. Dan, Jesper, Martin Hamburg, Jay, Sai909, Hemek, John Pert, Stix, Titsi,
Gate Systems.
Gate System, hey bro. Johan Paret, Mikos, hey bro. Forrest Fisher, Dolphinsky, what's he doing there?
Yeah, jokers.
Yeah. Vanilla RNO.
Is it Mikos or Mikos?
His name is Mikis, but his artist name is Mikos. Or Mikos.
Mikos? Potatoes?
Yeah. It's Greek. Starving Insects.
Antones.
Hey, buddy. Antones. Man, Rupture, Counterattack, Hydroxide. It's rather busy in there, right? Lovely stuff. Don't forget
Popping off, as they say.
Exactly. Don't forget to give the stream a like, guys, and give it a little share if you can. It really helps us. Nice one. Mikos in the chat says, however you want to pronounce it. There you go, Greg. Free reign. Do your worst.
Excellent. Yeah. Trying to stay calm, being a good boy.
Oh, Nanostorm in the chat as well. Joe's just saying random words. How Gate System, who's saying before that he's on his 6th successive gifted membership now, and he's actually managed to get himself to the yellow Oblivion badge without paying for it once, which is quite impressive actually. Nice one, bro.
You built this system, Joe.
Yeah, well, it's the lovely people in the chat that keep on gifting to him. So
we encourage free riding.
Yeah, man, go for it. Game the system. Game system. There we go.
Game system, yeah.
You're welcome. Right, before we start, shout from our sponsors, Hardcore Beer. Enter Oblivion show at checkout for a discount. Also, if you're a member, tomorrow there's going to be a really big discount code being dropped in the YouTube membership area. So keep an eye on that for some big discounts. Also sponsored by WeTweak, access and free codes for members. If you didn't check out the Hammer plugin yet, you probably should. It's a lot of fun. Boom. Propaganda. Done. Someone's asking for 90% off beer. Yeah, you can have 90% off beer, Jay. No problem, buddy. I'll sort you out tomorrow. My guy. Mwah. Okay. First up on the Oblivion show, as ever, is
New Blood.
The New Blood. If you are new to the show, then this is where we provide feedback on music submitted by our audience. First up, we have got Hydroxide with Happy Family. Let's go. I didn't have my microphone turned up, did I?
Oh, you did not.
Yeah,
no, I did not. Okay. No, that's the first mistake for the day. Right. So, hi everyone. Thanks for listening to Happy Family. All of the sounds, except for, of course, kicks and vocals, were made using the same analog synth, the IK Multimedia Uno Synth Pro. Big shout to RABBeAT. I love your music. I'm looking forward to your feedback. Thanks for listening. This guy's been making some quite big waves recently. He was producing on Speedcore Italia, I think, for a little while, and maybe still is, and doing Terror and Speedcore, but more recently been making industrial and hardcore and like this half-time, double-time stuff, and he's been on the show a few times, actually, and he's developed quite well, honestly, and from what I understand, his album showcase at Chain Reaction 2, shout to Alex and the crew, by the way, was quite a spectacle a couple of weeks ago. So, yeah, there's a little bit about him from what I know and what I have here. Julia, what do you think?
Yeah, well, I opened my notes. I said, don't touch anything. This is great, really. Yeah, I'm seeing in the chat, like Starving Insect is saying, this is way beyond New Blood. Yeah, I think this track is great. Great ambience, great story. I love the kick variations, how it's at the same time going everywhere, but always going somewhere, you know, not, how could I say, very lively, but still with a goal, I would say, somehow. And also, I love this, at the beginning, this 909 kick, the big boom, bang, the big one with the bass. Yeah, I really love this kind of stuff. So, yeah, great track. And also, Hydroxide. It's Hydroxide.
Hydroxide, yeah.
Hydroxide, no, it's Hydroxide. Yeah, man, I discovered your tracks thanks to the New Blood sections. And when will it be released? Because, yeah, it's really great, man. You're doing great job.
Greg?
I mean, yeah, really cool. I think, yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, it doesn't sound like this is a, you know, kind of a producer that's new to the game. He sounds like he knows what he's doing. It was really interesting because I just had no idea where that was going. Like at first I'm like, is this a really slow, chuggy thing? But then the filtery kicks came in and then it just kind of doubled up. And then I was like, okay, this is going in some interesting places.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, production-wise, just tiny little things. Maybe, you know, it could be a little area. You know, could have a little bit more light, a bit more lift in the mids and tops. But I mean, that's the vibe is that kind of dark, doomy, poundy kind of, you know, distortion. Yeah, it was really nice bit of work and very interesting, never boring. You know, there's always something interesting, and it was just took you on a real journey. You didn't know where it was going to take you, but you kind of, you know, really interesting to find out. I really liked it. Great job.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just asking him where it's going to be released in the chat. Oh, it's going to be released on Survival as well. A few people are already interested to grab that.
Nice.
So yeah, awesome. Shout to Skeeter in the chat. Easy now, bro.
What's up, bro?
All right. Well, awesome stuff. Like I said,
great start.
Significant leaps and bounds in your production over the last year or two since you've been, not because you've been submitting to the show, but since we've got to know you, it's nice to see your progress. So big up, man. Nice one. Shout to Dennis Sequeiros Vigilia in the chat as well. Hey, buddy. What's good? Right, next up, Needles in the Night, Torso. Let's go.
Good name. Needles in the Night. I love that.
And since I'd very much like to keep my job, how about you kindly get the fuck out of my way?
Needles in the Night, which is Martin Hamburg from, oh my God, from Gathering Storm, I think. I think he's just written in the chat here. Thanks, people. So I think so. In terms of information, Torso is track 1 out of a 4-track EP that I'm finishing at the moment, titled Pump. What do you think of that, Julian?
Yeah, it's really good, solid industrial. It's more on, I would say, almost on the industrial techno vibe, but yeah, it's really deep kick. Like I have friends who says it sounds like a giant guy running, you know. And I really like the drive and the noises. Actually, at first, when I listened to the track the first time, I've written maybe I would add a lead element or a main element, but now after second thought, I'm not even sure. I think the track really works as it is now. So yeah, the elements are rich enough, I think, to keep you driving. So yeah, really solid, good production, good track.
Yeah.
Greg?
I love that kick drum, man. That kick drum's fire. I certainly on here, it sounded really fucking nice. There was a couple of little bits, like, I mean, I'm picking tiny holes. I loved that tune, man. I thought it was really good. I loved all the sound. The stereo spread sounded nice. There was a couple of sounds that could have done with coming a bit further up, could have come to the forefront. I think, like you were saying, Julian, there was because it didn't have a lead, and there was, I think, in the first, before the first big drop or whatever, there was a sound like a Hoovery sound, like that could have come up and out and stuff. You could have really lifted that up and used it to kind of drive the track. And the only other thing I was missing was something like a distorted ride. Like there were bits where I just felt like it would roll, and then my brain was just going, I just want it to go have a ride,
a bit of energy,
pulled it along, But I really great tune. I really enjoyed it. Loved all the kind of lovely little kind of Foley and sound effects and industrial kind of clanking and noises going on. Really cool.
Agree. I think that this, I don't know if this is like replacing the Gathering Storm, or if this is a project that just you're doing, Martin, or whatever, but I really find that your slower stuff really fits the production style that you guys had. I think that it's certainly feels a lot more polished when it's got the space to breathe. I think with some of your faster hardcore stuff, you had problems with some of the elements trying to breathe a little bit here and there, but now it's just really filled dynamic range, and people in the chat absolutely agree in it. Jay, another fantastic industrial track. This is pure industrial ever since. Crunches and screeches and weird soundscapes. Love. Rupture saying, love the ambience, sound effects work. Counterattack, great atmosphere and great flow. Butterfist, lovely distortions on lots of different elements. Psi 909, dark warehouse music. Yeah, everybody loves this, man. So fantastic work. Keep up the good progress.
And I particularly like the name Needles in the Night. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
really
some of the track names and the artist names that these guys have come up with are really good. And some of them might struggle to pronounce sometimes, but they're good ones. Okay, next up, we have got JAEX with Melancholia. Let's go. All right. A little bit about the artist. Hi there. I am Philip. I'm 31 years old from Germany, and I've loved electronic music since I was little. First track I remember listening to is Lambda, Hold On Tight, Nalin and Kane remix, which was a 12.5-minute progressive house banger, and I've been hooked to electronic music since. When I was 18 years old, I went to a lot of festivals like DEF CON and found an appreciation for love for harder stuff. This evolved so far that I enjoy things like splittercore at some point. So at this point, I dove into a lot of genres over time, but I got hooked on industrial hardcore, techno most, and fell in love with it. I did a lot of mixes, and I really enjoyed throwing 4 tracks together at the same time. This period of time, I would say, gave me most of my inspiration from the outside agency, Ophidian, Death Machine, RABBeAT, Ghost in the Machine, Tripped, KRTM, Jipe, and I've been making music for the same time, but I never really dove into it as much as I would like to. I like the crunchier industrial. At this time I enjoy the crunchier and distorted. The track is more like Rude Awakening after all these years. Rude Awakening raw bass. Sorry, I'm fucking this right up. After all these years, it's still my favourite track. So there's a lot of words on here. I'm trying to skip my way through it without cutting it. The 2 tracks I sent you are the most recent tracks I've been working on. The one that I've just played is a track which mixes a mellow, clean melody with way too hard and crunchy kicks evolving over the course of its playtime. I really hope I get picked because I think RABBeAT, with his selection of sounds that he uses in his tracks, might get the idea of what my goal is the most with his over-the-top sound design, which I absolutely love. Best wishes, Philip. Thank you, Philip. Thank you for the essay for me to trip over.
Hey, ChatGPT, summarise this long message for
Jay,
me.
you need to be doing that shit. But yeah, wow. Good shit. I think there was a couple of areas where there's some room for improvement. In particular, like the build-up elements and some of the breakdown stuff. I think there needed to be a bit more variety in the larger section that's got a very similar kick running through it. But overall, for quite a new producer, I thought it was pretty good. I'm going to Greg first. What do you think?
I liked some of the ideas. Kind of felt quite Ophidian-y to me, like from maybe, I don't know, 10 years ago, kind of Ophidian. For me, the kicks just didn't work. I wasn't vibing with the kicks. They were too hollow. Like the distortion was not my favorite kind of distortion. It's very kind of muddy in the mid-range and stuff. It just felt like there was, like, the kick felt like it had a hole in it that stopped it giving the real kind of power, the drive through it, and then the distortion was just messing with everything else, with all your kind of synths and stuff like that. So it didn't feel, I mean, I guess it's not necessarily meant to feel clean, but it should feel kind of controlled. And it just felt like, for me, that it wasn't filling out the mix properly, right? So it felt kind of empty but loud, and it kind of felt flat. Do you know what I mean? Like the elements weren't really popping out and breathing and being exciting. It was just like everything was just kind of crunched together. And I think part of that is just that the distortion on the kick was just kind of creating this kind of muddy, dirty feeling. Now, there were some really nice ideas, because I really did like the feeling of kind of like the synths gave, very kind of sparse kind of synths just rolling with the kick. Kind of gave a really nice atmosphere. So there's some really nice ideas in there. I think it just needs work on it, especially the kicks, and then learning to kind of like fill out the mix to make it feel like that it feels full, but also dynamic as well, that things are popping out rather than it's just feeling all squashed together. So yeah, some nice ideas, but I think it needs work on the mix. Julian?
Yeah. I think it's a very beautiful track. I really like this. It has some kind of innocence in the track. It reminded me somehow, Ophidian, or those melancholic track from Traumatic, and I really love the vibe. But as you said, Greg, maybe the kick drum I would say like an easy solution. It would need maybe a bit more snap or something in the attack to make the release, the release or the rumble. It will make the rumble sound more in control. But otherwise also as you said, a bit. I would add some. I saw in the chat some percussions, maybe, or a bit of variation. But otherwise, the main ID, it sounds really nice.
Some really nice ideas in there. Yeah, agreed.
I really love the vibe of the track. But like maybe a tiny bit of polishing. I don't know, some tiny details to make it really shine. But really good ID and good track to me overall.
If I would just elaborate a little bit when I talked about the build-ups on the second breakdown there was like a pitch up of the effect.
I wasn't a fan of that.
No, I wasn't a fan of it, but there was also there was lack of supporting elements, so it made it stand out as being the only thing there, which I think was why I wasn't such a fan of it, because to get that right is actually quite difficult. So maybe just reconsider that build-up and what supports the build-up as well, like a riser or whatever. He's in the chat, or it's a he, I think. They are in the chat. Captain JAEX, thank you very much for the in-depth analysis. I really appreciate it.
Keep on doing this stuff, man. You got quite a like an interesting sound that's like, you don't hear a lot of people doing this kind of stuff, and I really do appreciate that, what he's doing. There's work to do, but that's part of the game, isn't it? We're all learning, we're all growing, we're all trying to work out how to get these tunes as big as possible.
If you're going to be like big, distorted and like that's quite a beast to tame. So you're in it for the long haul, buddy. Good luck.
It's kind of understanding how much of your distortion you need to carve out. And Julian, you know this better than anybody. I think, it's like, because you want that crunch, you want that feeling of kind of like power and the womp from that kind of like, but it needs to be controlled as well. You need to kind of like think about what of that sound you want to let through and what's going to make a mess of the rest of the elements in the track as well. So it's finding space for everything.
It's I would say good luck. It's always a nightmare to design those kicks, but I really love the approach and the personality of the artist. Really good one. But distortion. I mean, it's so random sometimes, but I think it's close. Really, it's only missing something in the attack or in the snap. Like if we had to somehow cut corners or for faster result, because I think the texture is nice. I like the texture to my ears, so it's really close to really hitting hard.
Okay, thank you, Philip. We look forward to hearing from you again. Thanks for submitting. Respect. Next up, we have got Spino and the Skepsel with the Pathogen. Let's go.
And are you that next visionary? I'm glad you said it. The Pathogen.
a little bit about the artist. Hey Joe, been meaning to submit a track to the show for a long time. I hope it's not too late for the RABBeAT show. This is a collab with another local Sydney industrial DJ, Skepsel. Or Skepsel. This is his first track, and we hope to release an EP featuring our collaborations and some solo tracks we've also been working on in the near future. It's had a quick mix and master, so still may need to touch up, but I hope it's up to scratch and will be good to get some feedback. RABBeAT has been killing it lately. I'm looking forward to the show, and he's definitely one of our influences. I had some releases this year, including an EP on Noisy, one on Hardcode, and No to Sleep Till Bedtime on a VA compilation. I hope that's enough information. Only other cool thing going on I've been putting on events called Paradox with Satanism in Sydney. We had tripped out last September, which was cool. Sorry to send at the last minute. Thanks, Paul. First of all, no worries for sending it last minute at all, bro. It's nice to hear from you. I haven't seen you in a minute, so big up. I didn't know you were so active. Nice one. Wicked. Julian, what do you think?
Yeah, that's funny because it reminded me those industrial hardcore vibes from 2010, 2015. Like I don't know, the kick, the vibe, and yeah, that's cool to hear it from the new blood, the new scene, and yeah, overall it's okay. But I'm opening my notes. Yeah, it's pretty solid. Yeah, solid track. I would make there is a transgated lead. You know, I don't know if it's the correct term. Like something, a lead doing like this. I would put it a bit louder. Or overall, yeah, as Nanostorm said, it's all the elements could be a bit brighter, but otherwise, yeah, the track is good. The construction and the story, the storyline, it's running. It's keeping us dancing. So yeah, maybe just the balance of the track. It feels a bit tamed, a bit in the high end. I will make it a bit more aggressive, but that's the only thing I would change. I'd say, yeah, and maybe the kick a bit snappier in the attack. But that's all. The rest is great. Yeah.
Greg?
Yep. Agreed. I mean, it was a really cool track. I really enjoyed it. They're like mix down wise again, right? There were some leads in there that were just lost in the track, right? That stuff should be right up front, big and loud. And I don't know whether it's just, again, it comes down to, you know, who you referencing your tracks against, because if you compare them to, you know, any of the big boys, you know, if you I don't know, whoever you want, right? Pick Anger Fist, for instance, right? I mean, it's like that's a big, you know, it's a long way to you know, to hope you can get to. But when you listen to how Danny's synths, how loud they sit in the mix and stuff like that, especially on all the second drops, you get an idea of like where you need to be in the mix, how loud this stuff needs to be. And the more you listen to your tracks, that, you know, you kind of lose sense of how things should sit. You get focused on the kick and just like, yeah, kick. Yeah. But when you start referencing stuff, you go, it's my leads elements sound so quiet compared to where they need to be. And that's what it's about. It's really about focusing on that.
Keep on having some issues with your connection, Greg. You keep on freezing. Yeah, you keep freezing and stuttering a little bit. Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, louder. Everything louder.
Everything louder. That's the feedback. Fair enough. Shout out to Davey in the chat.
Also, hi, Davey.
When are you coming on the show, bro? We need to work it out. I've been trying to get you on for a while. Yeah. Come on, buddy. Big shout anyway. Davey said Enzyme X vibes. Other feedback. The Clem in the chat seems to have some kind of problem. Don't know what you're going on about. Clem keeps on comparing you to Densha Crisis. Julian, do you know him?
Oh yeah, actually, maybe it's too early to talk about it in the show, but yeah, Densha, you will see later.
Okay, cool. All right, we'll talk about that after. All right,
yeah.
all right.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I'm really close to him in the sound and also in life. He's a very good friend. So yeah, maybe somehow we can like inspire each other. Yeah.
Yeah.
Densha.
We'll come to it in a bit. Alex is a great guy indeed. Right, nice one, Paul, for submitting. Big up. Hope to hear from you again soon. Next up, we've got Mørpheus with Total Obliteration. Let's go. All right, a little bit about Mørpheus. Oh, actually, no, I don't have a little bit about Mørpheus. I have minimal info about Mørpheus. Hi, it's Mørpheus here. I would like to submit a track. It's not mastered yet. Have a good one. Cheers. So let's work it out ourselves. So this is Mørpheus 909 from Italy, but based in the Netherlands. He makes raw industrial, hard techno, and hardcore. Yeah, don't have a great deal more information than that. What did you think, Julia?
So yeah, hi Mørpheus. Actually, I know his music a bit. He's really solid guy, and yeah, he's sending me demos time to times. But it used to be more industrial. It was not necessarily my style. And this track, yeah, now he's getting a bit more harder with the time. And yeah, this track, I think it's really good dancey between industrial and industrial hardcore. I really like the this old school lead. It sounds, yeah, it's pretty efficient. It's really makes us like, yeah, dancing. I really sit on the dance floor. And I mean, somehow I would even go further in that old school vibe, maybe with the claps or the claps, the hats, the leads. I don't know, because I really like this direction. And yeah, overall, I think the elements could be tiny bit sharper, bit more aggressive again. Also, after the second drop, I saw someone saying it also in the chat, like it's building, and then maybe the kick doesn't have enough impact compared to the build, and it's kind of fading a bit. But that's,
yeah, it drops off a little bit.
Yeah, but that's really the feedback to give feedback. So otherwise, yeah, really, I think the track is pretty banging.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Yeah, I liked it. It was I liked it, kind of like I had the old school vibe. Certainly the synth was giving it that. And yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Julian. It'd be nice if it kind of played on that a little bit more. The synth sounded a little bit almost like too overdone at some points. And I think what might have worked is playing it off, like do a core response. So you have a bit of the and then like something else in that kind of old school vein.
Instead of it looping and looping and looping.
And and then kind of play off an AB, like a core response thing with a sound that kind of kept up that old school vibe, the flavor of the track. But I liked it. It was kind of fun. It was like, it sounded like it'd be fun on the dance floor. It's something you'd just be like, yeah, enjoyed it. It's good.
Awesome. Great feedback in the chat. Nanostorm saying this one kicks also. The melody might be a bit overdone, but great vibes anyway. The vocal should be way louder though. Danny Crash saying open hi-hats on the offbeat, claps on the beat and in the melody. In this day and age, it's heresy. Yeah, well, kind of do what you want, I guess. Sai909 saying kick drums could use a little bit more punch. Sound kind of dropped a bit after that break for me, but still a fat track. Yeah, kind of supporting what you said there, Julien, with it dropping off a little bit after the breakdown. But I still thought it was good. It just needs a little bit of work in the mix, actually. Good shit.
Yeah.
Good shit.
Yeah, and also, actually, Jay, thank you, Jay, for the reminder. I didn't realize. Yeah, also Mørpheus, he released on Dystomnia, which is our label, with Reno, who's also in the chat. So yeah, he's new, but half new, I would say.
Yeah. Indeed.
So,
cool.
Okay, next up, it's Vinny Rupture featuring Xell.
He's back.
Scars, let's go.
I can already see. Things will get worse. Before they get better.
right. Vinny Rupture. Guess who's back? Back again. Rupture's back, and he brought a friend. After producing quite a few slower tracks, I had a craving again for making some crossbreed, as it had been a few years since I touched anything around 175 BPM. The basic structure of the track came together pretty quickly, but lacked finishing touches, so I called in the help of Xell, a friend of mine who is a very talented producer. He primarily makes groove-related genres like dub, dubstep, drum and bass, and hip-hop, so his insights from those genres really helped to elevate the track to the next level. I hope you all enjoy. Until the next time, friends. Big up, Vinny. Hope you're well. Julian, what did you think?
Yeah, first, hello, I'm Brionic.
Oh, hey, yeah, hey, dude.
Chat. Yeah, and yeah, the track, personally, that's really the hardcore I like. You know, first it sounds very hardcore with all those crossbreed or drum and DNB reference. You know, at the end of the cycles, and yeah, personally, those gated rolling rumbles in hardcore, a bit like. Also, your track, Greg, this MNL,
Minimal, yeah.
Oh, thank you. It's okay. It's minimal because
light bulb moment.
Yeah, because every time I'm on the playlist. Oh yeah, it's the Dolphin track with MNL, but I never.
It's the most minimal way you can write minimal.
Yeah, we only the without the vowels. Okay, okay. Now, like cryptic, like CRP, TCR. I never knew how to. Oh yeah, thank you for that. So yeah, I personally really love those textures in when it's in hardcore, and yeah, I just so banger, and I've written. Does it need a lead? I think that's what I've written, but I don't think so. I mean, personally, I really like the track. I really love the track. Maybe no, I think it's working like this. I don't know what you think.
I loved it. I mean, there was so there's loads of different things going on. It's like really interesting to listen to. The kick switching, there's kind of like, and from the moment that the kick dropped, and then on the second beat it fired a kind of synth, like a really interesting synth, like a kind of. And from that second, it was like, I knew that it was going to be interesting because it was like a clever placement. It was like thoughtful placement about where to put this sound to give it like, so you got the first kick and then you got this like interesting chords synth thing that just, that didn't continue. It didn't come back in for quite a while. And I was like, okay, where's this going? Where's it going? Really interesting. I love stuff like that. It's kind of very thoughtful about how to keep the listener interested. Right? Keeps you guessing what's going to come next, which elements are going to come in. I think there was a lead there. The synth programming was really good. It just needed to be a bit louder, right? Just again, I mean, we're saying the same thing over and over again. Everybody, please make your synths a bit louder. Maybe I'll put it on a t-shirt.
Oh yeah,
because there was some really clever synth programming going on in there. Really interesting kind of like gating and stuff like that. Really nicely controlled. But there were times when that second stab, when it was like kick stab, that needed to be even bigger. That needed to like really just kind of take over and be right up front.
Yeah.
So, but there's so much going on in it. I really
the mix
enjoyed
was
the
good.
Groove and the vibe.
Yeah, the mix was really good. I think that it at some points it just needed to be a little bit extra on some stuff. Davey's written here, I like the sound, much improvement. Would have picked out a different kick. The punch is nice. The tail could use some work and movement. I really agree with that. It felt a little bit oversafe and sanitized in some spots. It was like kind of rolling along, but it didn't shift left or right.
It was leaning towards the kind of like the cleanness of drum and bass as well, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was very clean and well done.
So it kind of complemented more the contrast between the drum and bass and the hardcore bits, and because the kick was cleaner, it kind of made that feel more cohesive. Like it was blending gently between, much smoother between the drum and bass and hardcore elements. But yeah, I mean, you could throw a bigger kick in, but then again, you've got to deal with the balance between the two elements, two parts of it. Yeah,
He's in the chat.
Really cool.
Vinny says, even
Props,
bigger,
props,
I
Vinny.
cranked it so hard already.
So was it there?
That's what she said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, yeah, as you said, Greg, there's in the construction, there's a lot of suspense. I don't know, it's thrilling. Like
Yes. Yeah.
It's, you know, it's calling some elements that gonna respawn further in the track. So, yeah, and also the atmosphere, I don't know how to, it's very, I don't know what would be the word, like, very, like this. I do with my hands.
Yeah, I hear you. No, I really liked it. Good work, Vinny.
Good night to Nana Storm. Thanks for checking in. And Nori's in the chat. Hey, Nori. How you doing,
Hey,
buddy?
Nori.
Oh,
Welcome.
hey!
And Vinny says, noted, I will crank that shit henceforth. You're always welcome.
If you want a really nice sound biggerizer, I think I've been mentioned Neutron 5 a few times, but the clipper in Neutron 5 it's a nice multi-band clipper. I didn't know that I needed a multi-band clipper until I started using this, but really nice. Really lets you kind of like push the elements up and stuff. And there were times I remember thinking this myself sometimes when I was like, I can't make this sound any bigger without it falling apart. But then you work out how to take a little bit away here and there to kind of like create that space where just for that moment, that sound blows up. You know, you keep the bottom, you keep the punch, but then that bit just has enough space to really open up. You know, smash a big reverb on it, stick an OTT, and then stick a multi-band clipper on top of it as well.
There we go. There you go, Vinny. That's how you crank it, big lad. Jay in the chat saying, Joe, did you just call Nana Storm? No, I did not. I think he's had a few beers. Shut up, Jay. Right, last up on the New Blood, we have got Counterattack with Disorder. Disorder. Sorry, Jay's got me stumbling on my words. Let's go.
That the sounds you're about to hear can be devastating.
All right. A little bit about not Nano. Fuck me, I've got that in my head, haven't I? A little bit about Counterattack. Hey guys, back once again, not for the Renegade Master, but for a little feedback on something new in the main industrial style I've been exploring lately. Since I last sent a track to the show, I've had my first vinyl release doing a remix of Source Code I'm Not a Number alongside Dark Controller, with another 2 releases due in May on Heatcore Sonic and Terror Machine Records. I hope you're all well and would love to know your thoughts on this latest track. He certainly doesn't have a problem with cranking the synth loud enough, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this one was slapping.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, really nice. I mean, I love the runs, the synth runs in the second half. Yeah, really nice vibes. The drum and bass bit wasn't working for me. It was it just didn't feel like it sat quite right. The kicks and snares weren't really where they should be in terms of kind of either quality or kind of like sonically kind of how they fit into the track. There was in there some nice like fat kicks and yeah, I really enjoyed it. Really good. Julian?
Yeah, me too. I think that's very good, like production wise and technically. So it's pretty good. Yeah, to me also it's again it's very personal. I really love when there are some hardstyle vibe with those rumble kick or you know, not this kick bass.
Yeah, but the bass, the bottom end of on one of the kicks, or I can't remember, but it felt really nice. It had a really nice kind of clean rumble. It was like syncopated with the rhythm of the track and stuff. It was really enjoyed that. It was really nice.
Yeah, exactly. It's the fact the synths this time are very loud and very aggressive, and the kick, this very clean rumble and kick makes it much more easy to digest. I don't know how to say.
Totally.
So yeah, me personally, I really love those vibes. So yeah, I don't really have a lot of feedbacks except that I liked it. Maybe now you said it. Maybe the drum and bass felt a bit off, but I didn't really notice because I was so much into the rest of the track. So yeah, really good.
Cool. Cool. Joe?
Some good feedback in the chat. Generally, I thought that it was quite busy in some places. There was quite a lot of elements going on. I think some of it could have been stripped back. The drum and bass bit I wasn't sure on. Maybe to take that out and put it into a different track. It's like there was more than one track's worth of ideas here. And some people agreed.
So a great reference, right? When you think who are the guys at the moment, and there aren't many that do hardcore and drum and bass in one track where both of the elements are at the level of both genres, right? So the hardcore is as good as sounds as loud and clean, and there's not many people that do that. Burr Oak is definitely one of them. Right, listen to a lot of their tracks. They may use kind of kicks. They're more drum and bass oriented, but they do have, they use kicks. They use up tempo kicks. They use some kind of like raw style kicks sometimes. But when you listen to how that mix sounds, it's like the hardcore bits would mix well with any hardcore track, and the drum and bass stuff obviously does as well, right? They've nailed that kind of, and it's hard to do. It is hard to do to get two different genres working together and it sound as good in that you could mix it in drum and bass and you could mix it in hardcore and it work equally well. So that kind of holy grail of mixing stuff, right? But if you are gonna really think about drum and bass elements, it's not just because you want to stick a kick and snare in there. You should be thinking about really how do I make it, if you want it to sound drum and bass, you want to make it sound proper drum and bass, right? The kick and the snare and everything needs to be, you need to think about how you would write and produce for that genre in the same way that you're writing how I would produce hardcore or industrial or whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, ramble.
No, it's really very welcome and valid. He's in the chat. Hey, Felix. He says, thanks for the feedback. fun fact, Greg, the kicks have dogs and lions layered in them.
Come back to me when you layer a dolphin in your snare drum.
Oh, he will go and do that. Dude's happy for a LOL challenge. Clem, I know you're excited, bro. I know you got a lot of questions, but the questions bits at the end. So if you could post them at the end, that would be really great because we won't remember them now. Yeah, thanks. And Felix Counterattack said in the chat, challenge accepted. So well done, Greg. We're going to have dolphin snares coming up.
Awesome.
Well, that was the New Blood.
Great job, guys. Well done, everyone.
Yeah, that was a really good New Blood as well, actually. So big up to everybody.
They all are nowadays. It's like we don't have... You know, the quality is really good. You look over how it's evolved over the last few years and stuff, you know. It almost feels like they all push each other to be better, you know. They're all growing and evolving and stuff like that. And, you know, you see the same guys, Vinny, and, you know, that regularly join, you know, contribute to the show and stuff like that. And it's amazing, you know, listening to them grow and stuff like that. And it's nice to hear the new guys coming through as well. You know, and all the stuff we get, like none of it is ever meant to sound negative. You know, if I'm making criticisms about people's mix downs or whatever, it's just because it's part of the process, right? Part of the learning process. Don't take it negatively and don't go, oh, fuck this, I'm not going to make any more tunes if he doesn't like my mix down. That stuff's got to push you, right? And we say this every time, is reference your tracks against your heroes, the people, you know, your idols, the people whose music you love. While you're making a track, reference it to someone else, because your ears get tired, you get lost in your own little world, you're just kind of like, you know, making a kick drum for 15 hours straight, and you completely lose sense of how a mix is supposed to be balanced. So always reference your music to other people's tracks as you're going, and keep that in your head. Take breaks, come back to it, listen to it with fresh ears. Is the number one most important thing you can do, because it'll just help you understand how loud elements need to be. It's the thing that's come up over and over again in this show. For me, is that people just need to make some of their stuff louder. Some of these background elements, it's like the kick is everything, but if you want your track to sound full, you need all these other elements to play their part as well, and they need to be front and center. A lead is supposed to be like your front man of your band, right? He's the guy that's at the front. And all those sorts of things. You know, your percussion is just like, you know, is providing all the icing on top of the cake and giving it the shimmer and the life and stuff. But you need all your other, you know, your elements, your bass, your mid bass, and all those things to sit in the right place and feel like they've got their own space to breathe. And then your mix will feel fuller and more alive and more, you know, brighter and stuff like that. But keep referencing, right? Keep listening to other people and yeah, just A to B while you're working. Really easy. Yeah.
And turn your fucking synth up.
Yep.
Right, nice one, everybody. Congratulations. If you didn't get onto the New Blood this time, don't be disheartened. Please keep submitting. We can't put everything on here, or else it takes up too much of the show, but we do our best to put everything that we can. Yeah. So next up, we have got the interview with Julien, but first it's time for a little bit of propaganda and a toilet break. So if you guys need to do that, then go for it. I'm going to talk about the Oblivion Underground membership scheme. So everything we do here on the Oblivion show is always going to be available to everybody for free. That's not going to change, but if you feel like you want to support us a little bit more, then you can. We offer 3 tiers of membership on our YouTube channel, and they start from $1.99 per month, so like buying us a beer every month, I guess. And for the membership scheme, you get loyalty badges next to your name in the chat. As you'll see, a lot of the members have got different names, different badges. As you are a member longer, then your badge progresses in colour, so you can see how far along you have come, as you'll see in the chat with people with red ones and blah blah blah. I think the furthest one we've got at the moment is this blue colour here, As well as that, you get the custom emoji that you can use in the chat. You get permanent discount at oblivionunderground.com. You get shout-outs, community access, and exclusive Discord member ranks. For Tier 2, you get everything that was in the Tier 1, but you get Oblivion Underground digital releases for free. You get priority notifications for our merchandise drops and members-only live chats. For Tier 3, I'm clicking on the wrong thing. For Tier 3, you get everything that was in both of the above. You get vouchers at Oblivion Underground and Hardcore Beer. You get discounts at WeTweak, which isn't mentioned here. You get early access to our releases, so you get added to Oblivion promo list. You get the tracks and our releases at the same time as artists. You get entry into the Oblivion competitions, exclusive members only videos, and priority reply to comments because we can see your name. Now, I mentioned Discord. I don't know if everybody here is aware, but I'm going to go ahead and talk about it again anyway. We've got a Discord server, and Discord is like a place away from the normal social media realms, and it's like a communication tool. It allows us to have different channels to discuss different things, like production, DJing, gaming, graphic design, video design, streaming. If you've got any questions or want to know any information, then you can post that in there. And then we've got link sharing, where there's a lot of awesome music always posted, DJ sets, links to live streams, movies, memes, etc, etc, etc. There's also like the standard chit chat area. All right, Jay, you got me again, motherfucker. There's Nana Storm, apparently. Yeah, so there's all of these different areas, and if you're a member of the chat you've really thrown me there, Jay. You really fucked me up. If you're a member of the Oblivion YouTube, then you get access to some of the members only areas within Discord. We've got quite a lot of people in the server. I think we've got nearly 300 people that hang out in this server. So it's a really nice place away from the usual bullshit of social media. If you want to come and hang out, then please do come along. If you want to know how to get there, then there's a link underneath this video on YouTube. And just jump in, say hello, and we'll go from there. And you get to enjoy Jay at his absolute finest. Nice one. Boom. I'm on my own. Hey guys. Oh, he's back. How you doing? Did you have a nice break?
Yeah. It was a nice one.
Awesome.
But otherwise, I wanted to go to talk about the New Blood again. That
go for it. Let's do it.
Yeah, personally, I really love this section. As I said to you and Greg before the show, because at some point, like a few years ago, I got a bit bored of hardcore. It cycles, it comes, and now I see how many people are making great sound. It's great hope for the scene. I really like the fact that you're pushing, and also me, like I remember 2 years or 3 years ago, I've been into the New Blood section. So it's really great to support the new artist.
It's a pleasure, honestly. We really love doing this. And it's something that's needed, because I find that there's a lot of people that get overlooked, or their tracks don't make it because they're not heard, or they're sent to labels and they don't reply, and I'm guilty of that as well, right? It's not always easy to give everyone the time that they deserve, and that's why we came up with the New Blood concept. Also, I find that there's a lot of gatekeeping that happens, and it can be frustrating for people that they're not cool or with the right crowd, and this gives people a lot of ears and eyes on their stuff that they wouldn't necessarily always get. Given the guests that we have on the show, it brings a lot of attention to that first segment. And some of our guests have complained that the interview should be the first part of the show. I don't really agree with that for a couple of reasons. I think putting the new blood forces people who are tuning in to see that first. And also that it allows the guests to get a bit loose for the interview section. So, yeah, thank you for the feedback, Julian. I appreciate it, but it's our pleasure, really. It really is.
For sure.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's time to talk about you, Julian. So I'm going to get my notes up here.
It's all you, baby.
It's all you now. Yeah, get a swig of water. You're going to need wet your palate. So, Julian, RABBeAT. Normally, quite frequently, we focus on super famous, super experienced, super long in the game people. But we like to be able to, in between those, put people who we think deserve recognition, who are really popping at the moment. And we really see you as being someone who's hot right now and made a very quick up in the city. Yeah, spicy hot. Really, really, and well-deserved rise in the scene. So, first of all, thank you for coming on.
Spicy hot Cheetos.
And we're both really big fans, so thanks for coming on. And I hoped that we could dive a little bit into you and your past and where we're going with the future. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. Thank you for having me again. Yeah, I still feel kind of new bloodish. I'm really new, so yeah, it feels weird also to give feedback to new blood. But yeah, thank you. It's huge. It's huge. Really.
How did you originally get involved in music?
There's the long story and the short story.
Dude, we got 5 hours.
Okay. You've seen the ID show.
Go for it, brother. Yeah.
Okay.
Go for it.
I'd say, when I was really a kid, I don't know, when I was, like, even before I start reading, I was a big fan of the movie The Blues Brothers.
Yes, Gravy. I love that movie.
That's a good movie, bro.
I think it's...
Dude, I used to watch that, like, when I was a kid, I used to watch that over and over and over and over again.
Okay,
like,
I'm not the only one.
I'm on your level, bro.
I was really watching it every day, and I knew the dialogues just by phonetics, because it was in English, actually, the movie. My dad recorded from the TV. It was in English with the French subtitles. So, at like 4, 5, 6, I couldn't read. So, but I knew the movie by heart. And because of that, I wanted to be a guitar player when I was really a young kid. And I did there's this guitar over there. But yeah, somehow I was too young to play the guitar. The fingers were too small, too painful or whatever. So I kind of gave up on playing music, but I was still into, I don't know, kind of recording stuff because as like every 90s kids, I had this tape recorder, the Fisher-Price one, big white and red with the big buttons. And I had this. I also had what's the name? Hi-Fi.
Hi-Fi.
Stereo.
Yeah.
Hi-Fi. Yeah, it's Hi-Fi.
Yeah.
I had a Hi-Fi with a tape player in it, and I had kind of almost an infinite amount of tapes, like maybe 20, 30 rewritable tapes. And I remember I discovered a trick when I was really young. By that time I was like maybe 8 years old. I discovered that if I record myself, the recorder, and then I play it to the hi-fi tape player, and I record again over with my voice and the hi-fi playing, I could have almost an infinite amount of tracks. But I didn't. It was like. I was like, oh my god, I found a glitch in the matrix. so I was really like this, with my 8 years old brain, I was, that's crazy. So I was recording mostly movie scenes, also because I was also watching a lot this movie, The Longest Day. It's a war movie. I don't know. I was a nice goofy war movie that because it was not it was not really violent. To me, it was really, there was some really funny scenes, and I was reproducing those scenes with tape recorder with dialogues and I was also doing the sound effects. So I was really having fun in my bedroom as a kid. And so yeah, I kept doing this until maybe what's the name?
Two months ago.
Actually 2 days ago. I was almost. But then I stopped when I was 12, when I entered secondary school. That's the correct term.
Yeah.
I kind of stopped, like every teenagers. I did my stuff, and then when I was like 13, 14, my dad showed me Audacity. I don't know if you know this software.
I still use it.
Are you still using it?
Yeah.
Because my
I could
dad
get
was
a good crack for SoundForge, so I use Audacity.
Yes, exactly. I'm still using. My dad is still using it because he was kind of a geek, light geek, not a full geek, but he loved to rip stuff from the internet. I mean, but just for the pleasure of using Audacity and ripping stuff. And he showed me this, and we had also a Sony microphone. And yeah, from that,
So your father is a musician also, or he just likes to play with technology, or?
No, he's not a musician. He loves music. He was always playing music. We were traveling a lot with the car, and he was always playing music in the car, and he's always doing compilations of the greatest tracks so yeah, he likes music somehow. He had a DJ vibe, or digger, I would say digger vibe, but no, he was not a musician, but probably definitely the one who got me into music, because he was showing me a lot of stuff, and afterwards showing me some DAW, even though the Audacity is not I don't know if it's a DAW, but
I don't think it does. I don't think it does multi-track, but maybe it does now. I've never really played around, so.
But yeah, he showed me this, and I started recording again some shits, but now with the Audacity effects, it was like paradise for me. There was a distortion, pitch, reverb, also, so I was really having fun, and I really started doing music when I was 15. 14, 15. I had my first guitar. Also, I had, like everyone, a keyboard, a Casio keyboard, because I was playing just by ear. Because I never went to any music school, because my friend in secondary school all of them, they went to the conservatory, or they had music teachers, and they seemed so sad, like really, it looked so depressing that I told myself, I will never go to any music school. It really traumatized me from their trauma, because when you're 13, you don't want to learn those kind of tracks, like very classical music. It's somehow, for most of the kids, it's too young to really appreciate this kind of music. And I mostly learned by myself the guitar and the piano. I'll say I'm an approximate piano player, because I can't really play the piano, but the guitar I can. And I was really into heavy metal, like Iron Maiden when I was a teenage. I had the long hair. I really looked like I had a terrible look. I really had this typical
Joe, do we have any pictures? Do we have any photos of?
I forgot to send you photos of it.
It's not too late. It's not too late.
I have I have on Facebook somewhere. Maybe when the first track will be playing, I will search for the photo. because now I lost the screen. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
go
yeah,
ahead.
I had really this terrible heavy metal look, and I was a fan of Iron Maiden, Megadeth, and then slightly I went into more violent stuff like death metal, black metal, grindcore, brutal mathcore, all this kind of shit, and somehow when I was 18, I really got into electronic music, because before that I was still into this one is not even the worst. this one, this one was there is one with no, go further back. There are some terrible photos there.
Brilliant.
Something like this.
Oh, with the
But
Megadeth shirt. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, the Megadeth shirt, I have one with even more. It was my fantasy to have the biggest haircut ever.
Amazing.
And somehow I had to cut it because when I was sleeping at night, my hair was coming back to my face and I couldn't breathe. So that was really the reason I had to cut my hair. But yeah, so when I was 18, 19, my best friend Laurent, he was into electronic music. It was back in 2008, 7, 8, and it was in France. There was this French touch, electro house wave, like Justice. I don't know if you.
Yeah, of course. Everyone knows Justice, man. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they just released an album like a few months ago. So yeah, he was into Justice, the Bloody Beetroots and this kind of buzzy P breakbeat, and me, I was not really into. It was still too soft to me. So I tried to do some. Yeah, my first track maybe were some kind of minimal techno. I'm not even sure, or minimal electro. But then, yeah, really, when I was, there was something happened when I was 18. There was, we kind of grew a tradition for our 18th birthday. We brought back our friends from the primary school or the kindergarten, and so I met a very old friend who was a fan of hardcore, actually. And it was during a birthday. It was very late at night, very late, I mean 2, 3 a.m. We were 18 years old. And this friend started to show me some stuff like Le Basque. I don't know but Le Basque from 2008, like some very violent stuff. And I remember the other guys from the party, they were like, what the hell are you doing? Because we were playing this on the sound system in the what's the name? The party house. I don't know what's the
house party.
The local house party. And he was showing me this kind of music, and really I got completely fascinated. And he was explaining me this. Yeah, there is the 16 or 64 bar rules that you have the build up and then you have the drop and blah blah blah. And I don't know what he was telling me. He was showing me some speedcore, flashcore, and he was telling me, with when they are on drugs, sometimes their heartbeat can match the BPM, and it's very dangerous. He was telling me a lot of shit
bit
like
of folklore.
The folklore. And I was like, wow, that's insane. What the fuck is that? And and I don't know, the experience. It really catches me, this kind of music, and the year after. So I was doing my first year in college, and like randomly, just luck or fate, I met some guys in my class. It was an engineering school, so I wasn't really not expecting meeting this kind of. And I met a guy who was fan of hardstyle and hardcore, mostly mainstream hardcore music, and we kind of gathered like a tiny group of friends. We were 4 guys, but the main guy was Quentin. Thank you, Quentin. You're the man. He was showing us a lot of kind of what was Evil Activities, Anger Fist, of course. Anger Fist was my first idols in hardcore. Anger Fist, Evil Activities, and also we had this track. I don't know if you know this track. D Block. It's from D Block and Stefan. Keep It Coming. It's
hardstyle. Yeah.
Yeah, hardstyle, jump style. It was really our favorite track. And yeah, we were really vibing on this. And Quentin, he really was a library. He knew everything in the mainstream hardcore domain. He was showing me a lot of stuff. And yeah, this I really enjoy. You know, these crunchy kicks, this cow. I don't know. I got really fan of these textures because yeah, somehow it reminds me reminds me of the electric guitar. And so, yeah, that's when in 2009, that's when I started to make my very first hardcore productions. And yeah, at first, I think I don't have, I don't know if I still have those tracks. I have a few of them. They were really terrible. Really terrible sound design. I was using Sample Tank. I don't know if you know this.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen it for a long time, but yeah, I remember Sample Tank.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sample Tank, and so my really first tracks, I found a sample pack. I don't even have now the folder is called Volume 2, so I don't have any more information. It's a sample pack from 2007 and 8 or something like that. And I realized that the sample pack has been re-edited like many times, and now everyone is still using this sample pack. It's, you know, this typical hardstyle, hard dance kicks that you hear everywhere in the hard dance music. And so my very first track was like big mess of layering these samples. But somehow one day I discovered Silence, or Silence 1, the plugin. And
Silent. Yeah.
Silent, and I'm still using it now. It's still the plugin I'm using. Sure. And in 2009, I saw a tutorial, a guy showing how to make a hardcore kick from just a sine wave, you know, like how to use silence to make a hardcore kick. And yeah, I made my first hardcore kick from this tutorial. I was tweaking some stuff. I didn't really understand what I was doing, but I was tweaking, and somehow it made. I thought back in time I made something, a kick I really liked, and this kick is really I would say the beginning of everything. Because the track is Madness. It's this track because that's that was my first. How could I say the first kick I designed myself. So I was really proud of it, and somehow, because back in time I didn't know what I was doing, I saved the preset somehow, and after I made this track Madness. After that, in 2010, I finally got into that electro house softer vibe because my friend Laurent was really pushing, and I kind of find some, kind of find my place into this genre. I found some preference in this. I still had a very dark vibe when I was producing. Electro music, but I somehow found some peace in this genre. And after that, so I forgot to mention that I'm a huge fan of the Pink Floyds.
That's my guy.
That's my.
I'm a huge fan as well.
How could I forget? Yeah, because this friend who showed me Le Basque at the 18 years birthday, he also showed me Echoes from Pink Floyd. And it was 2 a.m. We were a bit drunk, and he showed me the break. Actually, he showed me the whole track, and yes, I was, wow, I really was in another dimension. And from that moment, I really got into Pink Floyd. And 2010, electronic music, Pink Floyd, and also I was discovering it was the beginning of the future beat wave, like Flume. I don't know if you know Flume.
Yeah,
or,
of course.
Or I forgot the other names. But it was the very, very, very beginning. And another friend of mine showed me Flume in 2009.
Incredible sound design. I mean, it was like, wow. All the granular stuff and like really kind of like, big stompy kicks and things like that. It was like, wow, this is really fresh. Yeah.
Yeah, and some stereo, like this, or as you said, there was the wobbles or the cracklings. So and back in time, I remember the album. It had like 15K views. Like nobody knew this. It was like, oh yeah, I just saw this stuff the other day. Oh look, it's funny, and I was like, wow, okay, this is next level. This is, I don't know, this is the future. This kind of music, and I really got into future beat, and I started to make a mix of future beat and progressive music, progressive rock, or psychedelic rock, psychedelic folk music. And I had a huge gap in hard music from 2010 until 2019, where I mostly made how could I call this? Progressive future folk music.
Progressive future folk.
I don't know how to call it. No, that's also when the name RABBeAT came out. It was in 2010 that I created the page RABBeAT. That was a mix of trip hop. Yeah, the beginning was depressive trip hop with a mix of psychedelic music, and I came back to hard music in 2018, I think, 2017, 2018, where this time, I'm not even sure what got me into it. I think one day I went to the Nuit Sonore in Lyon. It's a big festival, an electronic music festival. Like the whole city it's like the Amsterdam dance event, but in Lyon. It's not as big as the Amsterdam dance event, but it's pretty big. And I went there and I saw John Hopkins. I think
nice.
It was John Hopkins. and I don't know why I hesitate, because I came to see him, and I really had a blast on his set. It was really good music. And after that, I think somehow I saw I don't know how I got into first a bit of maybe tech house or dark techno in 2018, and then I discovered Tommy47, his Boiler Room. I remember, like, it was in, I don't know if it was in his Boiler Room from 2017 or 2018, but we don't care. And I got fascinated by his sound design, his vibe, and also he was doing some kind of, it was a bit of broken beat sometimes. His track OX1, X9, or the names, those names, and it was really really dancey, really almost tribal, but with this very cold industrial sound design. And I really got, wow, this dark, that was the first time I got into really dark stuff, experiencing dark electronic music. Yeah. And it was really a whole new world. It really fascinated me, that this very minimal music was, it's very minimal. It was really new to me, coming from psychedelic future beat, where it's always like lot of stuff. Also, I was listening a bit some bro step, not dubstep, but the bro step, the Skrillex stuff. So really noisy things. And yeah, so this very intimate, dark techno. I was like, oh, what? Why people are enjoying this, and why am I enjoying this? And really, because I didn't understand. And after that's why I started to dig a bit, and also I discovered the channel the Hate channel on YouTube, and it was really a gold mine to me. I was really watching every day. I was listening to every track every day, and once I was missing a day, I was catching up until I reached the day before. I was like, oh, okay, I've seen everything today. And yeah, also there was Noor Jabber, the techno DJ. She's a techno DJs from Lebanon, Noor Jabber, or maybe someone in the chat who will write it.
Noor Jabber. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
her
you,
boiler room.
Introbox.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, her. I discovered. I got even more into techno with her boiler room. Also, it was a bit after 24/7, and her style was even more industrial techno, like this very rumble, warm rumble kicks. And so yeah, 2018, end of 2018, and then 2019. That really the game changer was the Nuit Sonore 2019. There was Amélie Lenz, Rebecca, and Paula Temple, and you know me, I was discovering techno back in time, and I was like, oh shit, these three women are coming to my town, all playing the same day. That was insane to me. So, and I remember it was already sold out almost before the ticket opened. So yeah, I spent weeks before the event. I was watching the what's the name, the place where you can sell your ticket back, like Ticket Swap or this kind of things.
Yeah.
I had tons of notifications. I was waking up early in the morning to grab and every time I was opening a notification, oh it's gone, and finally I had my ticket, like after like really 2 weeks of intense struggle. And I finally had the ticket. I think I bought like 3 or 4 of them to be sure, and to bring some friends. And yeah, so I went there, and yeah, Paula Temple was really the person who got me saying, okay, that's what I want to do. That's the music I want to do. Or I feel at home there. And I mean, back in time, I didn't took any drugs. I was really this innocent guy. I just enjoyed the techno. I didn't know about drugs or anything at all. I was just, wow, this music is okay, this vibe is insane. I love
something
it.
very different, wasn't there, about Paula Temple, and like the vibe she uses, the kind of like the really interesting drum patterns, the synths, and there's a lot of really interesting stuff going. It's quite emotional and stuff as well.
Yeah.
And it really kind of just her sets as well really take you on a ride, don't they? Really, rather than just being 4/4 kicks with kind of transitioning through tracks, you go through all sorts of different feelings and grooves and stuff. Yeah, so I hear you, man. Really interesting.
There's a lot of storytelling in her sets. I think a lot of different emotions, and so really that was really the first game changer, I would say, because there were others after. But yeah, Paula Temple, Nuit Sonore, and after that, I think that's really when I started to produce techno really in a more serious way, because I think I've made a few tracks in 2018, but just to try to find
playing around,
playing around.
So we don't have. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no,
it's okay. Please continue.
2019. Yeah, I started to make some industrial techno, And I will say the final game changer was in October 2019. Because the Nuits Sonores are in the summer and or spring, end of spring, early summer. And in October 2019, a friend of mine, Alex, another Alex, I have 10 trillion Alex in my surrounding, but Alex Le Malin, you will recognize him. He brought me to a Manu Le Malin's gig. I didn't know Manu Le Malin back in time. I mean, I just knew that there is a short video of him. It's an interview of him on the French television, like from the 90s, the late 90s. So it's really funny. That's the only thing I knew from him. And one of his track, actually, his track Enemy, that I was listening actually over and over every day. But that's all I knew from Manu. And Alex was like, oh yeah, there's Manu Le Malin. And actually, it was not Manu Le Malin. It was the driver was playing right after Tommy 47, actually. So there was two flags, like Tommy 47, Manu Le Malin. So we got there, and I will go a bit more in details about this later. But yeah, that was the other game changer when I heard for the first time slowcore or industrial hardcore. Really, I go, okay, industrial techno, it's cool, but I get to produce this. And those two persons, so Paula Temple and Manu Le Malin, are really the two persons who got me into this music, who made me love this music.
I wanted to pull you back a little bit because we don't have any of your folk music to play, but you talked about...
Oh yeah, true. I didn't know if it was interesting to, or if it...
No, well, it could have been, but I don't have it. But what we do have is your first hardcore track, Madness, from 2010, which you then updated in 2018 and released. So I think it would be interesting for us to listen to the Madness 2010, your first hardcore track, and then the progression, because I think it's nice. It's a nice part of the story. So let's do that. I'm going to put this on right now. This is Madness by RABBeAT from 2010. Interestingly enough, how old were you at this time?
2010. I always have to make the calculus. I'm from 91, so I was 19.
Okay.
Yeah, I was 19.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, sorry for the track. It's really the raw master from. It was not even master. It's the raw file from 2010. I only got an MP3. We'll see. It's
okay.
A bit
no
dirty.
problem. I'll turn the volume up. No worries. Right, so that was the first version of that track. And then should we just go directly into the re-edit? You're mute.
Oh yeah, sorry. Oh yeah, yes.
Let's go straight into the 160 BPM 2018 remix. Not remix, re-edit. Let's go.
Really cool.
So I'm curious, what, as well as the time that was elapsed and the different genres that you explored, what were the differences in your production techniques and doors and things like that? What were you using? How did you evolve?
I've always been using Cubase, actually, because actually,
it's a sign of solidarity, Cubase solidarity, brother.
We are alone, but we are still here. Actually, it was really completely by chance, because when I started playing the guitar, I bought a multi-pedal pedal board, multi-effect pedal board from Zoom. They were making some really great stuff with tubes but anyway, and there was a CD, a setup installation CD of Cubase Lite Edition to record, because before that I was recording with Audacity, and when I discovered this thing, that was my first experience with Cubase, and that was really hard and harsh. I remember the first day I couldn't figure out how to record something. You know, you had to manually add the track and route the thing, and I was like, oh my god. And so yeah, I really started using Cubase for recording contents, because yeah, I was making some death metal tracks, mostly instrumental, and I stayed on Cubase. I think I've tried a bit Ableton when I was doing some electronic music, electro house music. But yeah, also I think I tried Reason for a few months. That was funny, but I didn't get any further. But Cubase, yeah, mostly Cubase, and yeah, I'm stuck with Cubase.
Yeah, for life, bro.
I recently moved back to Cubase from Ableton.
Oh,
It's not easy going backwards. I was originally a Cubase user, and then I got used to Ableton through making track edits and stuff like that, because it's really good for that. But then I started making music in Ableton, and then for reasons I went back to Cubase, and it's quite the learning exercise going back to a different door for me. But yeah.
Yeah, especially Cubase. It's not very friendly compared to Ableton.
Yeah.
But
yeah, Ableton's fun, right? It's like it's kind of fun to do stuff, to knock grooves together and come up with like ideas. And Cubase is more methodical, right? You've got to be more kind of technical and more kind of like to really open it up. But I mean, it's so much slower in how it moves, you know, the updates and stuff compared to Ableton, which has had all this cool stuff, and you know, you can audition tracks in tempo and all sorts of stuff. But in Cubase, that took years to be able to finally get and stuff. We've only just got Cubase 14's just got the kind of all the LFO and modulation stuff now, so you can finally, you know, plug things together and modulate stuff that Bitwig's had for years, right? So it's kind of slow, it's clunky, but I love it, man. It's just how my brain works in terms of like, I just love being able to chop samples up and then just add an effect just to that slice, right? Can't do that in Ableton. You can't do that in, you know, a lot of other doors. But just being able to, you've got a drum break, I can just go this one slice, I'm going to put this effect on it and this effect and the multi-layers and stuff like that, and it's all within just the one layer. It just makes it super easy for how I think.
Yeah, the offline edit, effects. This is really and also the I know, me too. I got used really. I really got used to the Logic Cubase. I really got used to how it's working, and also how deep you can go into the audio editing, because it was also really, really handy for me. I was recording. I didn't know anything about recording, so I had at the beginnings very dirty takes, and the way Cubase allows you to rebuild everything or to go really tiny details. But otherwise, that's true for electronic music. And also, worst of all, I've been using Cubase 5 for. Like, I was still using it in 2021, I think, or 2022.
I think I probably was. I stuck with 5 for way longer than I should have done.
Yeah, me too. There was also because my computer was really shitty before 2022, and I was really stuck with my setup. And yes, Cubase 5 was so uncomfortable, you know, to work with the automation. You have to point and click, and everything was. It was really a pain to make a track in it, but some features to me were really mandatory in my workflow, but I really couldn't change. I really couldn't change, or I would feel really lost or naked on another DAW because of that. But otherwise, I really like this virtual studio approach. Mostly because I don't come from the electronic music. Maybe also that's why Cubase suits me that well, because it's really, I would say, a non-electronic music approach, and that's somehow how I'm making my tracks. I'm making music, so it really suits me for this reason.
So in 2018, you started Stixy, is it Stixy? And you did. You had your own radio show, basically, right?
Yes, exactly.
Ah, no, other side, bro.
I was watching the camera. It's Tixi. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, this is the most how could I say, the most unexpected one of the most unexpected event of my life, because so there is a local radio in Lyon. It's broadcasting on the FM radio. It's called Radio Canu, and it's one of the first free radio in France, because before it was all the radios belonged to the government, and in the early 70s, that's when the free radio, or radios owned by persons and not by the government, started to appear, and this radio was one of them. So yeah, it's really historical radio in Lyon. And I don't know, one day, Alex Le Malin, the one who brought me Manu Le Malin, Alex and Yann, my other bestie, I think it was Yann. He said, "Yeah, they are hiring new host at Radio Canu, and let's record. What's the name? Let's record what's the name of that
demo?
A demo. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Let's record it, because they're looking for a new host, and so we just have to record a demo and we send it to them." And I was like, "You're sure it's that easy to access the radio?" Yeah. And so we recorded an episode. It was in Jan's living room with my Zoom H2, because I had the Zoom H2. This recording vibe. I was always recording stuff, so we recorded an episode. It was 1 hour. We just presented 3 tracks, 3 hardcore tracks. We played the tracks and we talked about the tracks, and that was it. We sent the demo and they said, "Yeah, that's cool." Yeah, come in. What the fuck? But we didn't have any knowledge into radio broadcasting, because it was really professional radio. Maybe I forgot to send you some photos of the studio. But yeah, it's very. They're broadcasting on the FM, so we were like, really, like, what the fuck is happening? And actually it's associative radio. I don't know what's the correct term. We are all volunteers, and so yeah, for our first show in live, I remember it was so we had the spot, the best spot we could have, actually, because it was on the Thursday night from 11 p.m. Until midnight. And so actually we are gonna start in 45 minutes. I won't be there. and that was really.
Is it still ongoing?
Yeah.
Oh,
still
right,
ongoing.
nice.
Yeah. To give some news. Because I kind of backed up from the show during a few years, because I was living in Budapest for 2 years, and also I was producing a lot. But Jan, and now it's Kevin, are still keeping the show. Jan is on every Thursday. Like, I think he only missed a few, like 3-4 shows since 2018, and now recently the guests were pretty insane, because usually what we do is a bit like you. We have a guest, an interview, and we show tracks. But it was mostly it's focused on the local scene, the scene from Lyon, because also it's easier to bring them physically, because they are physically in the studio. And we had a few guests that were not from Lyon, but really a few. But recently, since the Lycanthropy party, the party in the Miamao from Manu Le Malin. Kilborn was in France, and Kilborn spent actually a few days in Lyon after, and me, I was in Paris, but somehow, and she knew Jan a bit, and she went to the show last month. And after, I think a few weeks after, we had Densha Crisis, and this day we have some people from Spiral Tribe. So it's,
wow,
it got really international for like so recently. So yeah, the show is doing it's doing really well.
Really cool, man.
Excellent.
Shout out to Ash, by the way.
Yeah, shout out to Ash Kilborn.
Ash, yeah. So yeah. Awesome. And yeah, we also I wanted to come back on the track on Madness, because I think the year is incorrect. It was 2019, if I'm not mistaken.
On Madness.
Yeah, on Madness.
Yeah. Okay.
The re-edit. Yeah, that was had that in mind. And but yeah, also to go back on the radio. Sorry, I just wanted to say this because otherwise I would forget. To go back on the radio, also I sent you a few videos, Joey. We had actually, because Jan he's an event organizer. It's in his blood actually, and we organized 2 festivals, one in 2020 and one in 2021. And it was the first edition was really intimate. It was a semi-private edition. I'm not sure. Was there the COVID in 2020? I think no.
Yeah, definitely. That
yeah,
definitely
exactly. Yeah. That was the year of. Yeah, so that's why it was. Yeah, that's where. Yeah, this one was my first gig ever. The first time I played in front of people. So, yeah, there was a really funny vibe. It was at the parents of Jan's place, and they had this very big. What's the name?
Basement
warehouse.
Oh, okay.
Kind of. I don't know the name. A grange, we say in French.
A garage.
Very big garage, and we made the party here. And yeah, I was playing at 7-8 a.m. I think. I was closing, and yeah, we could see at the beginning the neighbors were in the crowd. There was a really funny vibe.
Let's have a listen. Oh, the audio is not so good. But okay, sorry, continue. Go ahead.
It was an audio from the phone, but I think we were at 180, 190 BPM at this moment. And yeah, that was our very first event, because this one we really organized everything by ourselves with Jan, and a lot of people helped us. But yeah, we're really okay. Oh, a barn. Thanks.
A barn.
Someone said in the chat, a barn. so it was really YOLO vibe. Like, yeah, let's organize this. Yeah. And the guests were only friends and friends of friends. And we had, I think, 100 people came here overall. So it was a very tiny event. But I think we broke even.
Nice.
Funnily. So and yeah, there was I think. Yeah, I'm not an organizer at all. I'm really bad at it, but there was such a great moment. Lot of stress, but such a great moment. I wouldn't do it again because I'm really not made for it. But yeah, we really had a blast, and we made another edition the year after. This one was much more organized. I was not really involved in the organization itself, just on site. I was the driver. So yeah, the only sober guy of the party. and yeah, this second edition we had like 200 people. It was this one was during the lockdown, so it was kind of illegal, but we really made it properly. We had we asked for a PCR test at the entrance. We had the quick test. I can't remember.
Wow.
Also
Yeah.
The laser thing, yeah.
The laser thing, temperature thing, and yeah, this time it was Jan and Ambre. They really made it to another level. We had two bigger stages. We had lights. So yeah, this one was much more serious, and yeah, luckily I was not too much involved in the organization because this one was too much for me.
Mm-hmm.
But I was playing also, and yeah, again, same barn, but more people, and yeah, this one also went really well. I think we broke even again slightly. So yeah, it was really great scenario for both editions. So.
Nice. And so how did it progress? I mean, you had a couple of other releases in 2019, but I think one of the main landmark releases for you was in 2020 with your release on Dark Descent. What was that? What was the transition like between 2018 and 2020?
Yeah, it was during lockdown. Yeah, because I really started my DJing or producer career 3 months before COVID started. So it was the worst timing on earth. So yeah, around 2020, not that many things happened. I was mostly producing. If I'm not mistaken, do you have the timeline, Joey? What year was Whore?
Whore was
21. No.
Yes.
Okay, so it was even after. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, in 2020, I think there was a huge lockdown, and yeah, I was producing mostly depressive hard techno, kind of, or very emotional dark hard techno. But somehow, yeah, Dark Descent, and also I saw someone in the chat saying, yeah, and I had models and Cartier. We're gonna come to it later, but yeah, somehow I really got into industrial hardcore thanks to Manu, who indirectly made me discover Dark Descent and Traumatic. That's really, I would say, the sound I come from, and I think Dark Descent, it's still by today my favorite label. I don't know, I love this label. I listen to everything. I remember even even the time when it was under Noisy.
Noisy.
Yeah.
Noisy. So yeah, that's really the sound that was ringing in my head. This I don't know how to say, a bit experimental industrial hardcore. Yeah, from Dark Descent, the very old Cubic Nomad, or I don't know. There was so many. The Embryonic, the Starving Insect, also all this very kind of melancholic vibe.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I think that's and also Somniac one, because yeah, the track I chose for the show has a lot of Somniac one inspiration, but yeah, the very first hardcore vibes were Dark Descent and Karatium, like my first main inspirations.
Okay. Well, let's play this track then, Mirror Vision.
Yeah.
From Dark Descent, and we'll talk about it afterwards. Let's go.
Really cool, man.
Yeah, really cool.
you.
I wasn't expecting that kick, the first kick, to be so loud compared to all the other music. It's even quieter on my mixer here, and it's just bam.
Yeah. Sorry, I wanted to mention. Don't be aware. The intro is very quiet. Because, but back in time, I had this obsession of this kind of front drop, like very quiet intro where the audience is doing like this, and then the kick comes. But now I stopped doing this because it is very confusing. And
So a really big progression towards more industrial, big, and bigger, a much bigger sound design as well. What did you change with regards to your sound design?
I think it was the layering, because here we can't really hear, but it's the. I was still using silence for the texture behind the boom, the bass, but mostly I think layering in the kicks I discovered, and for the rest, I don't really know what really has changed. Maybe the natural progression of trying stuff. But mostly layering. I think it was mostly the layering, or the way I was using the layers, because that's something that was not on the first track, Madness, but on the track afterwards, I really started to add this snap from. Actually, it's from. I'm using EDM kicks, actually EDM kicks, and I cut the bass, and I really got comfortable with these methods, and that's mostly what I'm using for the kick drums. And otherwise, for the ambience behind, I've always been doing this kind of stuff, so I won't say I was already in the comfort zone, but there was not many thing news to me. Mostly the kick drums was a new kind of discovery in music production.
So this put you on like a real solid path at this point. Then you become quite sure about what you want to do, and your intent, and kind of projecting yourself into the future, right?
Actually, this time from because I forgot to mention that there was in 2020, actually, before I got 30. I was working in IT science, and I was making music, a lot of music, and also I was working. So I was working like from 9 to 7 p.m. and then I come back home, and I was making music from 9 p.m. until 3-4 a.m. and it was a really, really bad lifestyle. So. I couldn't handle it. So after 3-4 months, I really told myself, okay, let's try to. I quit IT, and I focused into music full time, because I told myself, okay, if I don't do it now, I will never do it. So let's give a try, and if it doesn't work, I go back. If it kind of works, I keep on. So so yeah, that's really in 2019. I really knew that I wanted to make music. I wanted to do it full time, and yeah, after discovering Manu Le Malin, Somniac One, KRTM, and Dark Descent, from that time I really knew the sound I wanted to make. This very dark and aggressive industrial hardcore with a lot of distortion. Even though this track Mirror Vision is not that distorted, but yet, you know, that's
So you progressed, and then I mean that you progressed quite quickly actually over these years. You have a track that you've sent here for called Le Délivrance.
oh yeah, this track.
Yeah, tell us about this.
Yeah, it's actually it's an important track to me. I think it's still one of my favorite track, mostly because of the vibe. Because during the COVID, I went in some kind of burnout. Not because of the COVID, but because I was producing really a lot. Yeah, I was really producing really a lot, and I got a burnout, and during the summer, like depressive. And this track, La Délivrance, was the first, the first track of my not feel good phase, but the end of this depressive mood. And yeah, about the track, that's funny because that's the first time I achieved to do what I had in my head. Because you're gonna hear, or maybe I'm gonna talk about the texture later once you heard the track. But yeah, it's really something, a mix of things I've heard and that was ringing in my head, and I wanted to do this, and it made this track. It gave this track the result.
Okay, let's go. feel like you really start to find your signature sound at this point?
Yeah, that's why I think it's still one of my favorite track.
Yeah.
Because I would say it's the most me track. If there was a track that is the one that sounds the more like me, I would say this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because actually it was I remember I was smoking on the balcony at like 1 or 2 a.m. a Saturday night, and there was I guess a trancey track playing in the distance, and with the reverb of the city, it was sounding like this last drop, like a very muddy and dirty reverby lead that you can't really catch what it's doing, and this kick, this really rolling dirty kick coming, and I was like, wow, this texture it's insane. Really, I was mind blown on my balcony. I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, okay, I have to try to do something like this, because I don't know, I really like this. It felt like running away from your problems. La délivrance, it means the relief, or I think that's the correct word. And so it really felt like that vibe, something. You want to run in the field.
So how long did it take for you to recreate the sound that you'd saved in your head from that moment on the balcony?
This one is really interesting. It took the whole track, because the track is the progression. Most of my tracks are like this. When there is what I would call a final kick, like what I would say, when the strongest kick of the track is struck in the last drop, usually all the kicks that came before are the path I've been through to build that kick. And La Délivrance is really this. If you listen to the very first kick in La Délivrance was the first kick in the chronologically. It started like as a boom kind of. It's a very muffled kick. Oh no, but not you. You won't hear. You won't hear. I made an edit because I started the track at.
It's an edit. Okay, yeah. Sorry,
so we can have the last drop.
Yeah.
But usually, I think this track took a lot of time because I've made it during the summer 2020, but I released it during the spring of 2021. I think but I think it took like 1 or 2 months to design the whole story, and 2 more months of tweaking and polishing. But this one took a lot of time to make.
I think it's a rite of passage. I think that especially for electronic producers, right? That point where you realize that you make the track that's in your head, it's like a really important milestone, because it doesn't necessarily correspond to other like types of music or instruments and stuff like that, right? But if you're playing a piano tune, right, you can imagine a piano. As long as you can play that, you can pretty easily play the tune that's in your head. But with electronic music production, when you have all these different feelings and layers and like a sonic palette that isn't restricted to what a piano sounds like or a guitar sounds like, then you have to work out how to make those sounds to match what's in your head, right? And that in itself is a huge challenge. So as a producer, kind of getting to that point where you kind of go, you're able to express yourselves and build the sonic palette that you have in your head is really it's a big thing. It's a kind of like, okay, I'm on my way, I'm learning my art and stuff, right? It's a kind of really important milestone, I think, to accomplish.
As you said, that's a very interesting point. That you can play a melody you have in your head, but you can't play a texture. There's no way of physical way to I have this texture.
You can't play it. You can't play an industrial kick drum. right?
Yeah, you can't. Yeah,
you don't just go to the industrial kick drum machine and play.
Exactly. Yeah, so it's doing and this a bit in the low end. Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah.
You can't.
It's
there
like
is
all
no.
yeah. In your head, you hear that you imagine the rumble, you imagine the distortion, and the punch and all those things. But to actually build it is another thing. And then to rather than it being just a kick drum, it's a whole track. It's like all the different elements. It's the sounds, it's the emotion, it's the feeling, and it's like, connecting those things. That's really, really cool.
But
that's impressive. Yeah, sorry.
Oh no, but to answer more accurately to your question, it was a lot of luck, actually, because when you hear where the track is going, at the end, even me sometimes I still wonder how could I achieve to spot this texture I wanted from what was before, because even me, I remember when I was producing the thing, I had all these different kicks and automations. Yeah, because I'm only working with automations. I really see my tracks as kind of instrument, and the melody is the actual automation. And so I was playing with my automation and things, and the kick was evolving, and like from out of nowhere, I switched a setting, and it did this, and I was like, oh wow, oh, what the fuck. And so that was mostly luck.
Are you working with everything in the DAW and using automation as you go along, as opposed to bouncing your kicks to audio and then re-importing them? You're not like resampling.
Yeah, I never resample because I have this obsession, or maybe it's coming from this IT or engineering stuff. I always have the obsession to be able to go back like instantly. Like I don't know if I say, I don't know, the drum and bass mini break at 13 minutes is a bit too harsh, so I have to change a bit the texture of the kick, and so I can go back to the source at any time. It's a real nightmare to
well,
work
that's what
with,
gives
really.
your tracks this kind of organic feel then, because it is constantly moving and changing and evolving, and you're seeing it as a live piece that's ongoing.
Yeah, actually, as you said, it was also really, it was a thing. Now I don't care anymore, but when I really started to make electronic music, I had the goal to have, I would say, each bar has to be unique, kind of, because it's already electronic music, repetitive stuff. So I always wanted to, even a slight change or something, to always have a kind of evolution or a kind of a non-electronic music approach, because electronic music felt unnatural to me at the very beginning. Now it feels really natural. And maybe I think I kept this vibe, and that's why I'm still using this automation stuff. But as you said, it's to make it more lively or imperfect. Sometimes I also add imperfection in the automation, like a slight slope to imitate the knob turning. Because because I'm doing everything with the keyboard and the mouse. So yeah.
Hey.
So your progress and your releases continued, and you had some releases on labels, but you also self-released quite a lot of stuff. Is there a particular reason for that? Is it because you find your throughput is too much, or you just want to be able to just put it out whenever you want?
A bit both of that. I think the first reason was because I released on really a lot of labels. When I started, like I don't know, maybe 20, 30 different labels, because I was starting and I was making a lot of tracks and I wanted to release them, so I was releasing a lot. And also then there was that, and also the fact that I got bored, or I got fed up with the deadlines at some point, I really wanted to not necessarily to take my time, but to choose whenever. I'm inspired on this track. I'm gonna make a track now, and I'm gonna release it like in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And sometimes I will have a huge gap where nothing happens. But mostly for comfort. Also, the fact that I wanted to. I had a period where I wanted to make my own artworks. Like for example, La Délivrance, or I think all my self-released are artworks made by me. So yeah, I really wanted to be in control of kind of everything, the title, the artwork, everything, just to have my own playground, kind of.
Yeah,
because in 2022 you self-released quite a lot, right?
Yeah, really a lot. Because I think back in time I was stuck between the industrial techno labels that were releasing really a lot, like tracks every day, and more bigger hardcore labels where it took years to have because the agenda was really busy, and also the vinyl release, it takes time. So there was this gap where I was okay.
Especially at that time as well, because the whole industry was still recovering from COVID and the lack of resources, and then there was war and all of these other things, which meant that making records actually became really fucking difficult. And so it makes sense why in 2022 you just went, fuck this shit, I'll do it myself, right?
I was like, okay, there's all these unreleased tracks, let's release them. And there was mostly the vibe, and also people around me, they convinced me that also there was the SoundCloud, it was the beginning of SoundCloud Premiere Pro, so where you could become your own label. I can upload on Spotify and things. So okay, now I have Bandcamp, I have my Bandcamp, I have my SoundCloud, so I can go on the full spectrum of broadcasting or distribution. So that was the main reasons.
Okay. Well, let's play a track from one of the self-release. Let's play Run.
This one.
Yeah, this is a good one. Let's go.
Really cool.
Yeah, really nice. What?
Yeah, it's, I like this track because it's the stupidest track I've made. It's funny.
Why?
Oh, because it's basically it's the story is just a fight. It's there's a video on YouTube. I can't remember the title, but it's from the movie called Nobody. I don't know if you have seen this movie.
No.
And there's a huge fight scene in a bus, like a really random guy, like 50, 60 years old looking guy, who really beat the asses of all the hooligans in the bus. and I don't know, I made a track from this scene. That's the track is following the people fighting, and yeah, that's funny. That's really the vibe that makes me laugh.
Oh yes, the Better Call Saul guy.
Mm.
Yeah. I know you.
Are you on IMDb checking it?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Bob Odenkirk, the guy that's Saul in Breaking Bad.
Good morning to Bioseed in the chat. How you doing? Greetings to Australia. Hope you're all good, buddy. And Nobody 2 is coming out soon, apparently. There you go. You can do a follow-up, Julia. So you did quite a lot of self-releasing in 2022, and then 23 you started up your own label. Was this as a result of those things? Were you at the point where you wanted to be more in charge of what you were doing and what you were able to do as an output, or?
Actually, no. You mean Dystomnia?
Yes,
yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, Dystomnia. So yeah, we made this label. There is Xell, RNO, Focus, and I, and now there's Melodica, a new member. And basically, the goal of the label was to, a bit like the New Blood, actually section, to bring some new talents, but we really wanted to focus on the originality, or how could I say, something like some weird stuff, some weird hard music, some more experimental stuff. Even though now it's still very industrial oriented, but yeah, we wanted a weird color. But no, at first it was not. The goal for me was not to release necessarily there, but mostly to have a playground for us, for other people, for some new talents, and yeah, that was mostly it. Yeah, for the and also organizing, because at first the main idea was that we were all DJs from different cities, and we really wanted to have this international label. The first goal was to organize parties in each cities where we were living in, but later on we discovered it's really complex to create an international structure as an association. It's pretty complex, so now we are still working on it, about the organization part. But the label, the label, we really, it's like a new blood, new blood sections, for a place for people to express themselves. Like, for example, when we receive a demo, usually either we take it as it is, either we don't take it, but we don't want the producer to change anything in the track unless there's really something, a red flag in the track, or something, or a feedback that could really help. But usually we really want to have what people have in mind, and if it fits our label, we go for it.
That's
and
really cool.
And yeah, we had a kind of a bit of a pause, a bit of a break during 2024. I'm completely lost with the years since the COVID. Like, really, I don't know what year was were the events. But we had a little break, but now it's coming back in. Like Xell 2.0. She worked a lot on the what's the name, the administrative aspect of labels and the distribution and the editor things. So now we coming back. We have a new manager who is Melodica. So So yeah, 2025. The schedule is pretty busy.
Cool.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, and towards the end of in 2023 and towards the end of 2023, you started having some more recognition in terms of your gigs. You played DEF CON 1. You played in New York with Hammerhead. With Ash Kilborn. And you started to receive more significant support from your tracks from people like Manu. So tell us about this year and how that helped.
Actually, Manu. Well, we come back to it later. Manu is supporting since 2019 when we met. But afterward, the year 2023, was the DEF CON was a huge slap in the head, to be honest, because I remember when I received the email, I thought it was a scam or a joke for real. Like the DEF CON, what? And then I was reading the mail more in details, and I saw the address of the headquarters, and then some really accurate details, and like, oh yeah, it looks real. But I was really not sure, and it was a huge thing for me. Also in 2023, I remember I had my early 2023. I had my first gig in Amsterdam, and it was in the Elementstraat, the club where they do the unpolished event. And wow, this club actually also was a huge slap in the head. And also, I will come back to it later when I will talk about sound design. But also, Cancel is in the chat. But Cancel set in the Elementstraat was really a game changer in my way of designing my kick drums. But I will come back to it later. So to go back to 2023, I didn't really notice anything from my side because I was in my tunnel of production. Except I had more gigs and I saw big DJs playing my tracks, but I don't know, I didn't really enjoy it kind of because I was so much stuck into my tunnel of production that I didn't see things happening. But that still felt great. I mean, obviously that felt great for the first time to have this recognition. I didn't really realize actually mostly for the DEF CON because I remember when I was talking about the stories in 2009 when we were discovering hardcore, we were watching videos of the Cubase events, and I remember my dream back then was to go to attend a Cubase event. And 10 years after the DEF CON, but I didn't really realize actually, to be honest. I couldn't I couldn't really realize what was happening to me. I wanted to focus on making music and like improving and not to get too distracted by what was happening outside. So yeah.
And on the topic of DEF CON, by the way, it was just announced that you will play on DEF CON.
Which one?
The
this
next
year?
one. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Today.
Surprised.
Okay.
Yeah, the lineup was released today.
I don't have champagne. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, they announced the lineup. Okay, because I knew something was cooking because I received the artwork for the stories. Oh, yeah, great. So yeah, I'm gonna
You'll play with Densha Crisis, right?
It's announced.
Yes, it's announced. I would not say it if it wasn't.
No. Yeah. Okay, it's good. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna play with this. I don't know what I can say or what I can.
No, I wouldn't bring it up. Yeah. It's just been announced, like literally as we were on the show, it got announced.
Okay, that's So I'm gonna have a B2B with Densha Crisis, and that's the timing is crazy because I'm also officially announcing that we're gonna have a long-term collab, a duo. We're gonna make a duo with Densha Crisis, actually. And this DEF CON gig will be kind of a starter or introduction, kind of our duo. But
Nice.
that's coming back to the DEF CON again is I don't really realize again.
So while we're on the subject of Densha Crisis, then you wanted to talk a bit more about your relationship with him and so on. And now is a perfect opportunity.
Yeah, so Densha, I met him like 3 years ago, and I discovered that he moved to Lyon, which thing I didn't know before. Like, wait, you so yeah, he I don't know, he really matched. We really became close friends, not only from music but from as human, as persons. I really love the guy, and he has always been an inspiration. Also, as music production. When I started industrial hardcore, he was obviously in the main guys of my track list. So yeah, now I don't know when the idea came out. I think it was last year. Yeah, I think it was last year. The idea of a duo. We didn't start yet, but you know, it's growing. We have the name of the duo. I don't know if I can announce it yet, or maybe we're gonna announce it later. But we have the name of the duo. We have the direction, and yeah, I really think that the combination of our styles can really make something. Make something, I wouldn't say special, but make something more
interesting.
Interesting. Can make something interesting. Yeah. So yeah, he's really becoming my how could I say, my buddy in hardcore. I would say we are a lot quite often on the same lineups, or also next. I know it will be in the What's Hot section, but I remix one of his tracks, and the will be released soon. So yeah, a lot of, you will see our path, Densha and I, will be a lot of crossing.
Yeah. Really cool.
Awesome. Really awesome. And so then bringing us to 2024, you got your first vinyl release with a good friend of the show, Francis Tripped, on Madback. And we've got a track to play from that, actually, Camel Toast. So we'll jump into it and we'll talk about it straight after. Yeah? Okay, let's go.
Cool.
So, tell us about this release. Tell us about your first interactions with Francis, and so on.
Oh yeah, so about where it all started, I think it was in early 2023 or even late 2022, early 2023. Francis wrote me to invite me on his label to have a vinyl release, but he said, yeah, it will be for later, but I want to. And me, I was like already like trip writing to me. I never met him before. I think he was playing some of my track a bit. Maybe I was sending him some promos, but yeah, it's really him who came to me to say, I will. Yeah, exactly. That's when Madback came back to life, because there was a break, and he said, yeah, later in the year I will start to do vinyl release again. So yeah, I'd like to have a release from you, but he was presenting me the thing as let's wait a bit. He wanted track from later and not track from the moment when he was inviting me to do it. So that's how it happened. There was this project in mind, and me on my side, I was starting to think about the thing. And yeah, in 2023, early 2023, that's when he told me, okay, now Madback is on again. Let's go, ready. Whenever you have three or four tracks, send them to me, and I'd like to remix one of them. And yeah, I was like, oh shit, he wants to remix my track. Wow, let's do it, man, for sure. And then I made the track pretty naturally. That I think I was still in Budapest when I made the EP, so maybe it has this very cold industrial vibe from there. I saw someone in the chat saying like it sounds like a rusty warehouse in the apocalypse. that's exactly this. It sounds like so. And then so I made this track, and Francis. Francis is such a nice guy, and he told me like, oh yeah, and I'm really sorry, but the tracks they have to be 7 minute maximum. I don't want to how to say, I don't want to limit you, but it's a vinyl release. And like, yeah, of course, no problem. So in the end, I could make pretty long tracks for a vinyl release, because most of the tracks are more than 7 minutes long, and then it really happened really smooth. I sent him three tracks. One of them, he just suggests me to slow it down a bit. One of them was 175, and we tried at 170, and it sounded better. But and I think I had to shorten a bit Panther. Yeah, and I remember how sorry Francis was when we had to shorten Panther. It was like, oh, man, I hate to add that, and I was like, it's normal. We have physical limitation. Yeah. So Francis has been so smooth and cool on the whole process. And also and when he told me that the artwork might be one of his painting, because also this part he told me that he knew that I like to do my own artworks. So he told me, let's try. And if you can't find anything, I will do a painting in backups, just... And when he showed me the painting, I was like, okay, I won't make the artwork. Let's go for this one. Yeah, I think the painting was so cool. So the whole process was... and when he sent me also his remix of my track, I loved it instantly. The kick drums, the construction. So really, I'm really happy about this because first it's my first vinyl release, but also because I really love the label, the label owner, the artwork. It was really a great experience to work with Francis. Yeah,
it's interesting.
He's a real artist, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting that you should say that he was sorry about making you do the track shorter. I made Francis do a track shorter as well. Monstera, on Oblivion was originally way too long to go onto one side of a 10-inch at 45, so he had to make that shorter. And it's interesting that Jay in the chat said, I've only got one record, and that's the signed white label of Trip Monstera. Well, that's, yeah, he wasn't awesomely impressed by having to do that, but he did understand, so yeah. So just bouncing off your one there. Yeah. So then 2024 starts to become a big year for you, right? Then the next release is Prospect, or one of the next releases was Prospect.
Yeah. No, I think in between there's the there is my EP on Hammerhead.
Oh, Hammerhead, actually. Yeah. Sorry, my bad. Yeah.
But actually, Prospect was supposed to be earlier, but yeah, then because the both time on production or delays, and in the end, Hammerhead happened before. But yeah, 2024, in terms of release, physical and digital, that was a big year for me, because I've been working with a lot of great people and big people, and so that wasn't that intimidating in the end, because the people Ash, Francis, or Garrett, they are really cool. They're a really cool person. So they really make you feel comfortable. But in terms of milestone, to me, releasing on Prospect, on Madback, and on Killbone's fresh new label was wow. Yeah, this was a blast.
Let's play. Oh, sorry, go, Greg.
No, I was just going to say, it kind of gives you the confidence that you're going on the right track, right? That your choices you're making, the tracks you're releasing, are where you want them to be, and they're being accepted by the people that you appreciate. I mean, I think certainly a lot of what we want as artists, I think, is just to be appreciated by our peers, right? We want to do something that someone we look up to goes, dude, that's really cool. That's really all I need.
It's a little bit of validation, isn't it?
Yeah. The kind of like, and I think it's just from the people I really care about. The people whose music I admire and stuff, having that when it comes back to you and they go, yeah, that's cool, man. That you're like, yeah. I mean, it's all the other stuff as well about feeling your music when you play it to people and seeing them react on the dance floor and stuff. But on a kind of personal level, there's that. It's always nice to get that kind of validation from the people that you respect, right?
Yeah. It feels like you kind of not did a good job, but actually you did a good job at doing what you want. At least like you are releasing on the label you likes, on the place you like, with the people you like. It means that somehow you're on the
right path.
You're on the right path, on the right place. You're belonging somewhere somehow. So
Heard.
Awesome. So let's play one of the tracks. Let's play either Threat or Bankai. I'm going to let the chat decide. How about that?
Let's make a poll.
I can do that. Boom, a poll. Which track? We can have Bankai, or we can have
already see
Threat.
before. Bankai.
I think Bankai's already won, Joe.
Yeah.
Wait. I haven't looked yet.
To make the poll.
No. We want the official statistics.
Well, official. We've got to have the official, right? Shout out to Kin, who appeared in the chat, by the way. What's up, G?
Yay, Kin.
Let's watch. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is quite unanimous. Oh, somebody's voted for Threat. I'm going to vote for Threat just to balance things out a little bit. Oh, I can't vote.
I just reported the poll for child abuse.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, I'm going to get shut down.
What the fuck, Greg?
Why? How do you
Why?
have child abuse on a poll? I mean, how is that even possible?
Okay, I'm playing Bankai and deleting the poll as quick as possible.
これにておしまい。挽回。みなずき。雑境はこれにておしまい。大丈夫ですよ。挽回。
そうかい？そうかい。残念だよ。糸切りばさみ血染めの喉上挽回。あれも嘘かい？
Jesus, bro. I can see why Greg reported the poll for child abuse now, because that was ridiculous. What the fuck, man? What a great track. Somebody in the chats called out the sample reference from the anime Bleach.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Actually,
Wow.
there was a... yeah, I'm a fan. Not a fan, but I used to watch a few shonens animes. Because I think, yeah, overall, the Japanese really nail things when it comes to art or extreme, going extreme into, and yeah, say that I love shonens for also the philosophical aspect, actually, sometimes. So, I was a fan of Bleach, and I had one day the idea to make a track with all the... Okay, it's going to be very specific from the anime, but it's about kind of samurais, or not samurais, but they have katanas, and they are like basically 13 divisions in the army, and they all have captains, and the captains, they all have a ritual to make their katana show their final form, and the final form is the Bankai thing. And I said I had the idea to make a track with all the 13 Bankais, the speech of the Bankai, but the track will last 30 minutes, so I had to choose some of them, the most iconic ones, or the one I preferred, and I made this track that was really going everywhere. I really had fun doing this, and that was the point of the track, having at each Bankai another step going further in violence. And also this track later on has been remixed by Starving Insect. He made, I think you played the remix in the show, or I'm not sure.
Yeah, we did.
A
while back,
A pure Hurricane remix that, wow, I was really not expecting such a silly, violent track from him. So I really love this release overall, this Prospect release. And also because it was the first release with my new sound design, as I would call it. As I said, when I saw Cancel at the Elements chat, it really made me realize that we can control the subs already within the studio. That there is something where we can know what's happening within the sub range. And that's when later on I discovered Slate VS6. I don't know if he's what he's using, but I got really obsessed in finding a way to control or to hear the sub at home, and it really changed my way of producing. And I think Bankai, or the Prospect release, is chronologically the first release where I really with my more controlled sound design, I would say. Because before it was a bit random sometimes.
Yeah, you can really hear
the Slate VSX.
Actually, I discovered this thing. Because I don't really have a studio. I'm always on headphones, and I'm on a laptop, and I needed something to hear the sub accurately. So
I think so. When I was in the UK, I used to use the sub pack, connected to the back of your chair.
There's also
and I had the Audacity headphones and the sub pack, and that's still an amazing kind of listening experience. Feeling the sub in your body, and the kind of the Audacity headphones are pretty magic. How they push the sound into your ear, so you kind of feel it as well. But since I moved to the Netherlands, I've had a proper sub, and the difference really where you can fine tune, you can just hear things more accurately in ways that you can't with other, no matter how good your visualization is, or how well you use like kind of visual tools, it's just different being able to hear it accurately.
Exactly.
It changes how you think
in
about sound design.
You can see with like what's the name, span, it's span, with span you can see if the sub is present or not, but you can't feel the movement or the no, because yesterday during the test we had a funny moment with
my cat turned my PC off yesterday when we were doing the audio-visual test. The first time, just pushed the button and turned everything off. I've got a RABBeAT sellotaped to it now, so it doesn't have to
I used to have the same thing with one of my cats. He'd like jump up on the PC in the middle of like a studio session and just go, put his foot on the power button. And shut you down. You'd be like in the middle of a Cubase tune or something, and it'd be like, oh, no.
Well, it's hard.
Yeah. Caps.
Sorry, we got distracted. We digress.
We were on the sub. You can't, as you said, with the visualizers, you can't feel the movement of, because that's really what made me change my way of producing. It was the movement of the sub during cancel set. That really all the subs were in how could I express that? They were all in the groove, either doing because I've been when I was in Hungary, in Budapest, there was a lot of hard industrial played here, and most of the time the subs were really how could I say, sometimes a bit off groove. When the track you have binary grooves, binary grooves, and the subs is doing a triplet movement or some. And I mean, we don't care. Most of people, they don't care. In the crowd, people they really don't care. But to me, sometimes it feels confusing because I don't know what should I dance on the subs when at cancel set was okay, so there's really a way to make those sub on groove, and I think I got really obsessed by that by that time, and
especially when you're working with like kind of like rumble kicks or gate kicks and stuff like that, right? It's unless you've got a sub, you can't really appreciate the like how the bass is layering on top of it itself in the sub, right? Especially with rumbles where you've got like 2 or 3 different kind of things rolling on top of each other. To get that syncopation where they just sit perfectly, as soon as you hear it, you'll know it. Like exactly. Like if you've got a decent sub, it just clicks together, and suddenly it's just like, okay, that feels smooth, almost like you're riding a wave. Rather than it being a kind of like kind of clumsy
struggle. Kind of struggle.
Exactly that. Yeah. So I think it really does make a big difference once you kind of are able to appreciate where your subs are better. You kind of like get a real connection to them. But nothing beats having a big fuck off sub, though. Seriously.
One day I will invest. I will have the DSX, the sub, and the sub pack.
It's not just the money, though. It's the environment. You've got to have like neighbors that go, I love your your massive 10-inch sub. Yeah.
The neighbors also. Yeah.
That's
true.
So to conclude on 2024, it was also a big year for you because you've finally played at Astropolis, and I guess if we go all the way back to the start of your story, talking about Manu, etc., then this is kind of a huge validation and a milestone for you. Tell us about that and elaborate further, because I know you have a little more news on that.
Actually, Astropolis was, to me, the emotionally and personally the biggest gig I've played on. Even though it was maybe not the biggest stage in terms of amount of people, it was a huge stage still for me. Back in time, it was the biggest stage I've been on. But Astropolis also because I've attended in 2019 as a crowd, and that was my favorite festival.
Such a beautiful festival, isn't it, man? It's beautiful.
That was, and I remember, I always tell this story. It's the first time the subs, whatever the stage, whether it was the mechanic stage or I forgot the other one, the one more techno industrial oriented. Because I remember the year I attended, there was Paula Temple on one stage, on the other stage there was Somniac One, DJ producer Manu, and like that. And the subs were so strong that my throat was shaking. Literally, my throat was shaking, and I couldn't drink the water. I had to step back or to go away from the stage because the water was, doing this. And wow, that was shocking. Really, that was shocking. I couldn't recognize any of the tracks I was hearing. Back in time, I was discovering. For example, I remember You Don't Belong from Somniac One. I really had this in mind, the version I had from home without the sub, especially. And when Manu played it on the stage, this big saturated sub. I was shocked. And the people also in Brest was extremely nice, and les Bretons, really great guys. And yeah, the whole experience, I really loved this. I really fell in love with this festival, and still nowadays, I think it's one. Yeah, it's my favorite. Even there was a Prospect Xell, obviously, but I don't know, with Astropolis,
Astropolis it's something else. Yeah, it's really, yeah. I mean, if people on the chat, there's no easy way to get there, right? It's a long journey, but good Lord, it's such a beautiful festival, just the way it's laid out. Have you been, Joe? You been to Astropolis?
No, I was never invited.
Oh, really?
the passive aggressive, like, I've never been invited.
You need some better mates, I think.
Yeah, I do need better mates, indeed.
You do. But yeah, it's a beautiful festival. And it's one of the festivals, right, where they really care about everything. They care about the sound. They care about how the layout is, how well everybody's looked after, the kind of, just everything. It's not huge, but it's big enough, to really kind of feel like, it's you're part of something special there. It just looks beautiful as well at night when all the trees light up, and and
the castle,
it's
and
really special. And then Sunday night after the festival finishes, Manu plays in the basement of the hotel
at Le Vauban. Oh my god!
Yeah. Till like 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, and like
the after at Le Vauban. Yeah, it's a whole experience actually, the whole weekend. And also, if people have the opportunity to come for the whole week, because I think it starts on the Wednesday or the Tuesday.
Yeah, I think it's Wednesday. Yeah, I think it's Wednesday, and there's stuff going on for days, isn't there, throughout the city?
Yeah, the whole city, and I was also amazed by how the city was living through it, because when the first time I went there, I went really on my own. All my friends, they gave up at the last minute, so I was alone, like crossing the whole France, like, traveling, I stayed until the end. And when I came back to Brest, my train was at 3 p.m. And I was like this in Brest at 10 a.m. I was like, what the fuck am I gonna do? So I just booked last minute a hotel in a very the hotel was really old school vibe. The hotel owner was really this old school old lady from France, and I was like, oh my god, I'm coming, the 8 a.m. completely whatever. And after the festival, and she was, oh yeah, hello Mr. RABBeAT, my name. Oh, you come from Astropolis. Oh, how was it? Was it nice? And I was like, oh, okay. Even the boring hotel owner is asking me about Astropolis, so it's really something in this city, the whole ambience.
Yeah, they really embrace it, don't they? It's there's a festival in the UK called Boomtown. And it's in a place called Winchester, and they do it every year. And it's a huge festival. It's one of the biggest electronic festivals in the UK, if not the biggest. And the town, it's a small kind of like sleepy, quite posh town. And then once a year, it just gets invaded by, 30, 40, 50, I don't even know how many, tens of thousands of fucked up ravers, right? But everybody in the town still embraces it. It's like part of what they do. It's been going on for so many years.
That's rare.
And it's a bit like Brest, like you say. And they really embrace the festival and all the people partying there for a week. So yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, we see all these aliens, the ravers coming. Maybe sometimes there are more than the actual local people living there. So
totally.
It's really nice when they. Yeah, as you say, when they embrace it, wow, I'm always amazed. And so to come back to Manu, because we are talking about Astropolis. Yeah, Manu. So there was this when he played in 2019 as the driver, but in the end, I think he played as Manu Le Malin, because he started his set with some Havoc noise and hybrid. I don't know if you know hybrid with a Y. With hybrids, and the driver would never play those tunes. And the whole set was really hardcore oriented. And yeah, so he's always telling this story to everyone. So I don't think he told it when he was the guest of the show. But yeah, so his set, it really bewitched me. I was really hypnotized, and for the first time of my life, I've made what I call the song of the day after. You know, like when
right, yeah.
I mean, I haven't made the track one day after the thing. It took the whole week, longer process. But the day after the gig was got really hypnotized. And I had this texture, the mix between Havoc Noise, this metallic kick from Havoc Noise, and Hybrid, this very woody noise. And I was like, I want to do this. And I made a song. And I sent it to Manu the next weekend, and you know, like just to try. Also because the guy, I remember from when he played, the way at the very end of the gig, because he was closing at the very end of the gig, I really wanted to stay to thank him. You know, make the sign like thank that was great. I really want. And you know, the security was like, oh yeah, go away. But me, I really wanted to say thank you. And he said it, and I don't know, it's really simple things, but the way he answered to my thank you, he was really like, oh no, thank you guys, thank you for attending to my gig or something. I don't know, the way it was almost like he was thanking me more than I was thanking him. Than I was thanking him for playing.
Yeah,
he's such a genuine, sincere guy, right, Manu?
Yeah, exactly. I felt this in his eyes or his body language. That he's a very humble guy. Actually. And then I went to his SoundCloud and I saw his SoundCloud. It's written in French. He wrote, "Oh yeah, hello," with with a lot of grammar mistakes, like written really badly. But so I was sure it was him who wrote this. So, yeah, hello. Don't send me track here because I never come here, so I will miss your track, and that's not cool for you. Send it to my Facebook instead. And I was like, okay, really, the guy is really cool. Okay, so I really felt comfortable, and I sent him the track. And he liked it, really. He really loved the track, and that's when everything started. He told me, don't hesitate to send me tracks. And then afterward, Madness. I sent him a Madness, the version, not exactly the version from 2018, but it was the exact same version as the 160 BPM one, except it was at 180 BPM. And he told me, oh yeah, I like the track, but it's a bit too fast for me. You think you can do an edit? You slow it down at 160 BPM?
He said that to me, to one of my tracks. I was like, no, I'm not slowing it down.
Maybe me, I was really starting and I was, that can be a good challenge. And I know, especially because it was 180 BPM, I really didn't know what I was doing. And it was 180, it's fast. It's funny. And so I made this 160 BPM version, and it was really hard because I don't rely on time stretching. I know in Ableton you can easily change the BPM of the track.
Yeah, it sucks in Cubase.
In Cubase took me days, weeks to just do this change and make it sound properly. And I sent it back to him. And he told me afterward. He told me that the fact that I made this edit for him, he was like, this guy is I don't know, he's generous. He's nice. I'm gonna see. He seems to be, I don't know. He felt touched somehow that I made this edit, and from there I kept sending him tracks, and he has, with Paula Temple, both has been my first support. So it's really like 5 stars premium plus support somehow. Like I felt really lucky to have those kind of supports. But they never stopped supporting me. So I really thank them for that since day one, since the day I've sent them tracks. So so yeah, Astropolis, and later on, Manu's label is really the conclusion of all this story. Not the conclusion, because the story is not over, but the, how could I say, the accomplishment, of this.
It's like a big milestone in the story, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, that's that's pretty much all. That now Manu became really a good friend. I can say it. So now we got pretty good friends, and yeah, I feel really lucky to.
Awesome. So what's next for you then?
Next, there will be. I'm thinking. So there will be obviously there will be my first album, as I say, or very very long LP on Manu's upcoming label.
Awesome.
So I will keep it vague, but yeah, people beware of 2025. There are gonna be a lot of things on his label, and because you will see it soon. It's gonna get there soon, and that's mainly this album, the work that kept me busy over the last 2 or 3 years. Like all my friends can can relate. Like recently I haven't met anyone, almost anyone. I was actually I had a bit of a burnout before like last summer, or before the Xell. I was really producing too much, working too much on this album. So now recently I got a step back. But yeah, mostly the album and the remix, a vinyl, a remix of Densha Crisis. So yeah, this one is really a huge project on Carnage Record, where Densha asked a few producers. I can't remember how many we are.
I'm going to play it after, actually. We'll go
you're going to play.
after.
So
yeah.
There will be this, a few releases on Dystomnia, and I think, and my collab with Densha Crisis.
And you're going to finish that Oblivion release, right?
Oh, yeah. Actually, no, it's not. Oh, it's actually this, because I really noticed I'm gonna make, except for Velvet. Okay, now it's really private talk. Except for Velvet, I think I'm gonna rework everything else. But yeah, there is this Oblivion release, definitely, and I think otherwise that's all. That's all I have in mind for now.
Well, Julian, you've made such a huge progress in such a small space of time. Great shit, man. Really, really great shit.
Thank you.
Very impressive. And honestly, you're one of the most humble people. It's really nice to just talk to you. So thank you so much for coming on and telling us your story. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
It's been awesome.
Really
brilliant.
Thank you.
Wicked. And I know your mum and dad are tuned in as well. So hey, mum, and hey, dad.
Maybe my mom went to bed, but my dad maybe.
Okay, well,
watching.
hey, you did a good job. Congratulations. All right, so that's the end of the interview section. Let's go into some music from the wide world of hardcore. In our What's Hot section.
What's Hot?
First up in What's Hot, we have got Gopnik, Life is Pain, Hardcore is Suffering, the Tripped remix. Let's go.
So you don't want to be someone like that. Life is suffering.
Awesome track from the Life is Pain Hardcore is Suffering release, which is forthcoming on Madback. The pre-order's open. I've put a link in the chat. It's a purple vinyl with tripped artwork on there with 4 tracks, and that's an exclusive, so enjoy. Next up, speaking of exclusives, we've got RNO with That Thing. This is unreleased, and we'll talk about it in a moment. Let's go.
There's another one right there!
I don't have any news on this, but Julian, this is one you submitted to the What's Hot, so tell us about this.
Yeah, so Arano, yeah, I'm gonna talk a bit about the guy. I discovered him. I discovered him. I know him since 2019. It was one of our first VA. He was on it, and since then he already had his very specific sound design. And I remember I discovered this guy. I was like, wow, okay, this one is special. He has his sound. And after that we become friends and we made Dystomnia. And this track, I don't know if I think it might be somewhere on Dogfight Record, but there's no release date yet. Watch out, Dogfight.
Yeah, man. Wicked stuff. And he's in the chat, so what up?
Yeah, actually, because he has been in the New Blood section quite a few times.
Yeah,
and now he's in the What's Hot. So
let's go. Cool. You got promoted. Nice one. Next up, we've got Miro Shining Unexist and OGM 909 remix. Let's go. Remix from Yapo Unexist and OGM 909 of the classic Miro Shining. That's available with a load of others over on the Bandcamp, and I've put a link to that in the chat. Next up, another remix, Anime Detonate Ophidian remix. This is the Ophidian remix of Detonate by Anime. There's several remixes on there, and this dropped last week on Absolute Records. I've put a link to the Hard Tunes download in the chat. Next up, we have got Densha Crisis, Industrial Gabba Eternity, Industrial Gabba remix. All right, let's talk a little bit about this. I'm just going to skip over it. So this is remix EP. Well, it means LP, should I say. Carnage 16. Shout out to Celine and the team. Coming out on vinyl, although I expect it will probably get a digital release. With remixes from The Outside Agency, Marlin, RZVX, Fluke, Densha Crisis, the man like RABBeAT, and Christa Bourgeois. You're probably in the best position to talk about this one, Julien, so go for it.
Well,
take the stage.
No, I was, oh yes, he opened the Discog, so I won't have to talk. Actually, it's a project. As Densha has said, it's his most personal project because he really chose producers he really liked, and also a label he really liked, Carnage, and also the artwork is made by, if I'm not mistaken, it's Femur, the guy who does the artworks for I Hate Models. So it's a pretty cool project, a really cool project, and he really wanted to mix for the remixers the new generation and the more established generation. So that's why you have Outside Agency, Tripped, but also guys like me, like Fluke, like RZVX. Also, we are more of the new generation. So I really wanted to cross both cultures, kind of, even if it's the same culture, obviously, but both approaches. And it will be. So I think it's a double vinyl.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's a double vinyl. I don't remember if there will be a digital release. I was pretty confident there was one, but now
it says here,
everyone.
Look, so there will be download codes with the vinyl, so that alludes to the fact that it will be made available digitally somehow, some way. But maybe you have to buy the vinyl. I don't know, but it wouldn't be money wasted to go and buy this record, because what a fantastic release, and a great label as well. Carnage, those guys over there, such a cool team. So it's a very, very cool project. I'm really proud to be part of it, and also all the tracks I've listened to all the tracks. They all have their really strong personality. They all are pretty great tracks. So you will see. Awesome. Big up Alex, Densha, big up Carnage crew, big up to everybody on that. Go and get it, guys. I'm going to put a link in the chat. Actually, I've already put 2 links in the chat. One is to the link cloud, so you can pick wherever you go to digest that, and there's also the link to the triple version that we're looking at now. Go and support that shit. Next up, something a bit more aggressive. Iridium and the Satan with The Chosen. Let's go.
The dark, are you? Because where we're going, that's all there is. You are the chosen. Join me. Bitch. Join us. May the gods have mercy. You're not afraid of the dark. You are the chosen. Have mercy. What are you waiting for? Join me. Join us. You're not afraid of the dark, are you? Because where we're going, that's all there is.
Right. That is from the forthcoming Iridium Cybervoid album with a whole bunch of tracks and collaborations. There's a Zardonic remix in there. There's work with Lenny D and Meccano Twins, Nagasaki,
Really cool.
The Satan. Say again?
Really cool. Props.
Yeah, and
Looks really good.
one with the test as well. So there's a CD and there's a hoodie and shit as well. Nice. I've put a link into the chat to go and get it. It's not out yet. I think it's releasing soon, and they're dripping the releases out. But good shit. Next up, more breaks. This is DJ Skull Vomit with Hemorrhage. This is Hemorrhage from the forthcoming, or it's already out now, the recently released DJ Skull Vomit on Prospect, also available on a cassette tape. I'm putting a link to that in the chat right now. Oh, it's already there, actually. 4 tracks, lots of crazy breakcore, hardcore, whatever core going on there. Love a bit of chaos.
Awesome. Shout out to Tony.
Yep, shout Tony, shout Gareth, happy birthday again, buddy. And we've got one more track. One more track to play in the What's Hot. If you've got any questions for the Q&A session,
one more tune.
Get them ready. This is Nagasaki, only in movies. This is from the recently released on Murder Channel, Alternative Structures. 5 tracks in there, all by Nagasaki. Really had a chance to stretch his legs and show us a really diverse, I guess you could call it an LP, of alternative breaks, IDM kind of stuff. Really nice, really enjoyable release
really
to listen
cool.
to.
It had kind of like snazzy kind of vibes. I
Exactly.
love the jazz vibes, man.
Yeah,
really
it's
love
really nice
jazzing.
release, and that's a free download, by the way. So
Excellent work.
link to that in the chat. Each track on there is really, really, really worth a listen. Big up, Matt. Did a great job, man. And big up Murder Channel as well. Respect. Okay, so that was the end of
What's hot?
What's hot?
What's Hot. So we're going to close the show in a minute. So if you've got questions, now is the time. I've got a couple saved here, which my beautiful assistant has sent to me. Thanks, Jay. 1 second. Here we go. I'm going to start off with a question from Wouter. Since I'm always interested in this stuff, are there recordings of your metal stuff, or other genre bands and old production on YouTube?
Me? Oh,
yes.
Metal stuff, I think it disappeared with MySpace, so I don't think there's any more, but my other stuff, my psychedelic things, actually you can find everything on my SoundCloud. It's really like a diary since 27, 28. But metal stuff, I'm not sure I'm not sure it's anywhere, unfortunately. Yeah.
Okay. I was just trying to find on MySpace because some of the pages still exist on there, right? I can't find it. Anyway, that's the question.
Who was the dude that ran MySpace and everybody had him as his friend?
Tom.
Oh, Tom.
From the photo.
Tom Zuckerberg, right?
Yeah. I wonder what happened to Tom. He's living in exile or something.
Yeah, I think he sold the business for like I can't remember, but like 800, almost $1 billion, and now he's in Bahamas,
just went,
like
living
his
fuck you money,
his
bye.
best life. Yeah.
When John McAfee in the Bahamas bought loads of guns and crocodiles.
John McAfee.
He's a bit crazy, right? That guy. More than a bit.
Just a little, yeah.
Yeah.
Is he still alive? I thought he died. Didn't he die? He went a bit nuts. I can't remember.
Know.
Anyway,
I remember an interview with him not too long ago.
Please,
anyway,
fact check.
yeah, someone fact check John McAfee for us. Thanks. Next question from Randy, Random DJ. What was your creative process for L'Indifference, and what made you choose the No Doubt sample for it? It's such a gorgeous track.
Oh yeah, L'Indifference. I think one day I heard a remix of No Doubt, but you know it was the beginning of SoundCloud. All the bedroom producers were uploading their stuff, and yeah, I was really into this kind of bedroom music, and it was I think I heard a remix. I couldn't even describe the style of the music. It was like some really lo-fi stuff. And I don't know, just thought, oh, this part of the track is really nice. The part right before the chorus. It was the bridge right before the chorus, and I really I wanted to focus on this part because to me it's really beautiful when you pitch. I think I pitched down it a bit, or I changed the formant. I can't remember, to make a more deep voice. And I've put some very like music box synthesizers or some really this kind of texture, and it really comes from this bridge that I found really beautiful, and I wanted to make a remix. And the rest of the track, I don't really know. The first part, there's a part with the synths that sounds a bit like the synths in the Like a Fire. from outside agency, like something doing like this. But yeah, that's I think the main inspiration. It comes from the song, from No Doubt, because I somehow like the song, and all the rest came afterwards. Like I couldn't really control it came. So yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Okay, Captain Jax, I would like to know what RABBeAT considers to be the hardest track out there.
Ooh. I don't know, because somehow I have a pretty bad hardcore culture. I'm still discovering like classics, but the most violent tracks I've heard so far. I mean, there's this track you sent me, Joey, yesterday.
Yeah, we can't talk about that.
We can't talk about it.
No, we can't talk about that.
Yeah, I can't talk about it. So far, it's genuinely it's the most violent track. But
oh, really? Nice.
Yeah, the one where I really went, like, yeah, Machinist has this expression. He said, yeah, this track makes me want to punch people in the throat. that's the vibe. That's really this vibe. But no, the most violent track out there. Wow. Something from Hellfish, like maybe Fuck Them All from Hellfish, or Portland Street Blues from Hellfish and Akira. I don't know, those two tracks. They're maybe not the most violent, but the most the most punks. But yeah, no, I really don't know.
It's a really difficult question, man.
Yeah.
I used to have a track that I used to play way back in the 90s, late 90s in Steam, and it was like usually a kind of finishing the end of the night track. And it was on Reload Records, Belgian label, that made kind of, I can't even remember what it was. Maybe they made like hard trancey techno stuff, but occasionally they did some weird stuff. And one of the tracks that I got, I can't remember who it was by, it'll be at my mum's, but it was basically the sound of babies crying and chainsaws.
Oh, the baby track. It was on.
I used to play it at clubs and stuff, and it just be
someone
like,
in the chat will know that the baby crying track. It's really famous, right?
Like baby crying and crying. We'd have strobes going, smoke blasting, and people would just be like convulsing on the floor, and that'd be like, "Good night, lads."
Cheers.
Now you're talking about babies sample. Yeah, I know what's the
Baby
most
Saves
violent.
Best. This one from Baby Eaters from Hellfish and Brian Fury. That's pretty hard track.
But now, yeah, I remind. Do you know Innocented Santal?
Nope.
No, he's a speedcore producer. I think there's a track called Purge of Cali. This one, or Negative Childhood also. I think this thing is the most violent content I've heard so far. It's some speedcore stuff with babies crying, actually.
I'm trying to remember the name of this track. Was it Colonel Stench? But the baby crying track. Yeah, Untitled. Here we go. Colonel Stench.
That's not the track.
Untitled.
That's not the track that I was playing. No.
Oh,
definitely
okay.
not.
Nordcore.
See if I can find it.
Norton Records. Norton 1.
No, I remember that, but no, it wasn't that one.
Oh, okay.
No, this was like probably 1996, 95, 96. And it was definitely on Reload Records from Belgium. I'll have to see if I can dig it out on Discogs.
Next question,
Anyway.
while Greg's digging it out on Discogs. Here's one from Jay, your super uber fan. Fanboy number one.
Jay.
He doesn't own the any of the records though. Anyway, I'm just poking fun. It seems like perhaps you have reached many goals with playing and releasing with Prospect, Astropolis, playing in New York. What do you feel is the ultimate goal for you?
Wow. I don't know. The ultimate goal. Yeah, for now, I don't have particular goal. Maybe living sustainably from music while doing industrial hardcore because it's pretty tough in this style. But yeah, maybe my ultimate goal would be to really comfortably live from music, but just live from having my salary from back when I was working. But otherwise, no, I don't have dreams of main stages or things like this. Like so far, my dream was Astropolis so far. So no, ultimate goal apart from keeping doing this music as long as I can. I think that's my main goal. Otherwise, no, I don't.
Okay.
I don't think of anything.
No worries. Question from Dolphin in the chat. What is your favorite distortion? Asking for a friend.
Oh yeah. So Dolphinski UK. Hi. So yeah, no, my favorite distortion. Okay. It's interesting. I would say there are two, mainly two of them. One is a very shady free VST plugin. It's the brand, I think, is called Le Pou. The name is terrible. LEPOU. And I was using a lot the X stack. Actually, it's an emulation of tube amplifiers that for death metal or heavy metal. So this one I was using a lot for Madness and for Run, for example, the tracks that we heard. Otherwise, now two years ago I discovered Melda Production, and
Melda's cool, man. Yeah.
MB or M Saturator MB and M Distortion MB.
Yeah.
I'm always using them.
They're all really nice. The wave shapers and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. It's closest you can get to the Fruity Loops wave shapers, I think. But which are really nice.
It sounds pretty natural, and you still can achieve some complex texture. So Melda Production.
Cool. Have you tried Bitpunk?
No, but I think someone told me about.
You should check it out. It's a bit crazy. It's a bit wild, but you can get some crazy fun distortion out of it. Definitely worth having a look at. And look, pretty cool interface as well. Bitpunk, yeah.
Okay.
One last question from me. It's a generic question, but it's always a good one. If you could give one piece of advice to aspiring producers, DJs, performers, what would it be?
Follow your taste, I would say. If you... it will sound pretty generic, but it's really true. If you do some music that you really love, a style of music or a type of music that you really love, at some point you will turn it good. I don't know how to say that. Like, it's really hard to make something good out of a style you don't like. That's the main thing. Like, follow your taste, and really, do what you love. Don't necessarily. Also something I've learned. Don't search or look for success. Just, I don't know how to say. Like, it's more important to make something that you love in a very intimate scene than making something that you don't like in a bigger scene, because I can relate from some people.
Yeah.
And otherwise, it's pretty cliche, but somehow passion, even if it doesn't pay, as Cubic Nomad would say, even if it doesn't pay money, it always pays you some really great meetings of people you will
experiences,
meet. Meeting or so
bonds.
And somehow this is really priceless somehow.
We would say passion, not fashion.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean,
I'd say both, please.
It's really cliche to say this, but I mean, to me, the passion is really what got me into going further into the music I was making. And I think if I wouldn't have that passion, I wouldn't want to improve, or I wouldn't want to discover even more, even further. So I think, yeah, no matter how, even if your passion is I don't know, like extra tone or suicide core or experimental, jazzy, noisy things that doesn't gather anyone on the stage, it's not. I think, yeah, if the music had to evolve, it can only happen if everyone is passionate at what they're doing. I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Word.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think
it's a wrap.
That draws us to the end of the show. Thank you, Julien, so much for coming on. It has been an absolute pleasure for us.
For me too. Yeah, thank you guys. I was extremely stressed. Also because of the face-to-face tomorrow, we're gonna discover a new setup. But no.
It's all good, bro.
This stress is done. We need to do a picture for the thumbnail because Jay will want that, and I need to do this, right? Right. Okay.
No one knows what that is. We do both.
Yeah.
Right, there you go, Jay. There's the thumbnail. Thank you to everybody for tuning in. Thank you to everybody behind the scenes who works on the Oblivion show. Respect. Thanks to all my mods, everybody. Respect. Thank you to all the members. Big up. Thanks, Greg, for being my co-host as ever.
Always.
Cruising our way towards 50 episodes of this bullshit. Can you believe it? It's crazy. Yeah, that's it. We've got one last thing. Something different. Greg, are you going to introduce this fucking
ridiculous
thing?
It's DJ Pacifier. I think he's from Montreal on Failed Units, which is a Manchester-based label that does all sorts of weird and wonderful stuff. Look him up on Bandcamp, and this is just ridiculous. We love it.
Right,
love you.
Peace out, everybody.
Au revoir.
Bless. Take care. Till next time.
Thank you.
Ciao. Bye-bye.